Okay. Alan. Oh, not too bad. I started watching the McToon debate with somebody, and then I can't find out which one it was. Unless it was an older one. Oh, that's right. He done it. That's not the one I was thinking of, but he did one with Brian Leakey. That would have been a headache. There we go, we're here. I'm here. You here, Paul?
No,
We're
I'm
here.
not here.
Are you here, Alan?
I'm here.
Are you here, Blue?
I'll look. I'm somewhere. Let me see. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
here.
Okay. Well, if you're not here,
Oh,
put your hand up.
I better change my name to the cryptic
Ah,
clue.
yeah.
No.
And Farmer's Boy will be here due soon. I don't know how long, but we'll see how. Oops, sorry, I got something in my eye. Oh. Carl says, "Hi, I am Carl." Yeah, put your hand up. No, I said put your hand up if you're not here, Carl. Doing a roll call out there in the peanuts, am I? Little Wolf's out there, Zebulon. Demon Orb. Oh. I can never pronounce your name, JMC or J. I can't read that. JMC Laugh. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Oh, Dora's out there too. Little Wolf raises paw. Well, I was going to do a little finish off the reading of Shackleton's, but since Farmer's not here yet, we might have to divert to. Could always do Lindsay while Farmer's not here. Oh, you're there, are you, Carl? Okay. D something something, B something something. Okay. And obviously a scientist of some description.
Yes.
Uh, Donald Bradman. No.
No.
Oh, Carl's putting a guess out already. Haven't even got the clue yet, Carl. Wait for the clue.
Bertelsen. Dilbert Bertelsen. No.
Mm.
Where am I?
It was a lie.
I'm
Okay.
working on the clue.
Check Lindsay to see if he's dropped anything. Where are you, Lindsay? Okay, where are we up to on Lindsay?
Damn it.
Part 1 of 3. Hey? Oh, okay, he's doing flat Earth moon phasing. Moon phases. This, oh, that'll be interesting. Okay, there's 3 parts to it. Grab that. That already. Move that over. Don't need that. And we'll play a little bit of tunes. What's up brings no evidence again. We'll skim through that video after. The answer's always 42. Yeah. I got that.
There's your clue.
Yeah, okay. Okay, D something B. Published his masterpiece Hydrodynamica in 1738, only to see his jealous father plagiarized it. His kinetic theory anticipated Maxwell's by more than a century. Well, his father's got the same last name then, obviously.
Yeah.
So if you guess the father's last name, you guess his last name. Yeah. Hydrodynamic. Well, that's something to do with water.
Well, not necessarily.
Well, hydro's water, isn't it?
Fluids. Fluid mechanics. No.
Oh, okay. Hmm. Maybe it's him, but I'm not spelling his name right. Is he even close to his name? But it's not enough.
Oh, yeah.
It's close, but not.
Oh, Carl. Carl's got it.
Okay.
Carl has got it. Yes,
What-
well done, Carl.
What about the first name? Did he say the first name?
Yeah.
What, Dilbert?
He did. No, down a bit further.
Oh, yeah, okay. It only just popped up. Oh, that's
Yeah.
Little Wolf.
No, Carl got it before Little Wolf. A couple of lines up, right above my clue. He got it before the clue.
Oh, yeah,
Went
yeah,
out.
yeah.
I couldn't remember Daniel.
Yeah.
Yeah, you pre-guessed it. Oh, you don't
Very
think
famous
pardon?
Bernoulli principle. Hmm?
Bernoulli
Sorry.
principle. Okay.
Yep.
Shame we couldn't show something about these scientists without getting copyright striked of some sort. Mm.
Oh, Bernoulli doesn't care. He's been dead a long time.
Oh.
Yeah, if he copyright struck you, Terry, I'd be surprised. Very surprised.
Yeah. I'd be downright terrified.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. There you go. I'll do that then. We'll show people what he looked like. Now, is that a wig? Is that a wig or his real hair? They wore a lot of wigs back then.
Yeah. They are related search, Daniel. Principle. There it is.
What, the first image? That one?
Yep. Why wings work. And carburetors.
Or through the Venturi, the carburetor for the air intake.
Yeah,
Oh, interesting.
the Venturi works on Bernoulli's principle.
Oh. Fun with
Yeah.
hands-on science and math. Bernoulli's principle, fun with pressure. That's a fly spray principle. The old fly,
Fly spray
the
principle.
old, yeah, all the old fly sprays. And you remember
Yeah,
them when
yeah,
you were a kid?
yeah.
Yeah, almost. In fact, almost all air spray type stuff works that way, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Mm.
well, like when you put the bottle of weed and feed on the end of your hose and turn it on. Same
Or,
thing.
or, or a sandblaster attachment that I've got out in the shed, similar.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Oh, we had a bit of an accident on the farm on Monday.
Uh-oh.
You know how you fill the smaller silos by blowing the grain in. You know how you've got a big like blower in the truck that blows the grain up the pipe, up the side of the silo and in through the roof and down into the silo, right?
Mm.
Have you ever seen that work?
No, I haven't
Oh,
seen
yeah.
it, but
You have heard of it, yeah,
I've heard of it.
right. So yeah, it's quite unique. Well, the pipe separated at the top before it curved over and goes down in through the roof. and so the guy was sitting in his truck thinking that the grain was going into the silo. He heard the sound change, and by the time he jumped out, the thing had blasted half a ton of grain up high into the air, which then rained down like a storm
Mm. It
and
was raining rain.
made a big circle about 10 meters across on the ground, about 20 meters away from the silo. Yeah. Which we then couldn't use.
Mm.
Oof.
I mean, if you had a
Yeah.
heap of animals that could have been let loose and just picked up all the grain and ate it straight off the ground.
Well, I called my dad out, and he um, I sort of scraped it up with the big JCB loader, and he brought a trailer out, and I just dumped a bucket full into his trailer, and he took it home. He said he didn't care if there was bits of stone in with it because the chooks would eat it anyway. Pick the grain out from between the stone. It's just that we couldn't use it with the ducks because it
Nah.
had been on the ground outside. So, and because of our strict quarantine rules, we can't then feed the ducks with it. Um, the suggestion was to put a heap of gates up around it and herd the ducks out into it and let them gobble it up, which they would have done in about 10 minutes. But
Mm.
but no, we just can't do that.
No.
But it would have been spectacular to see. I didn't actually see it happen, but yeah, it would have been quite a spectacle.
Yeah. Never seen grain rain.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, but a bunch of chickens wouldn't care.
Mm.
No. They'd soon gobble it up.
Heck yeah. They just feed those silly things by throwing it out in the dirt anyway.
Yeah.
They pick it out. You'll have some happy birds around the neighborhood.
Yeah. Which is not the aim on the farm anyway. We don't sort of like other birds hanging around. The particular pain in the arse birds are the swallows. Because the swallows like to go inside the shed and nest inside the shed, and we try to keep them out. So we've tried to sort of like bird proof the shed from external birds getting in. But those swallows, geez, they're
You don't have
crafty little
minor
things.
birds. You don't have minor birds down that way.
Yeah, we do,
Yeah.
but not at the farm. It's mostly the blackbirds that hang around.
Yeah,
And plovers. We've got quite a few plovers around at the moment.
we've got a major minor bird problem. No pun intended.
No, we've only got a mini minor problem here.
Yeah. And I was called into the men's shed yesterday morning. I got a phone call to come in to sort out an issue with the minor bird traps, and yeah, a whole bunch of them got built wrong. So I've got to go in on a Monday, I think a Monday and a Tuesday again, see if I can sort it out. Find out the people that did it, and maybe have to do a lesson on it. Try to train them up to build them. We've got instruction books. We've got a template. Uh, I've got everything I've got there. Everything's laid out for them. No, they still built the bloody 8, 9 of them yesterday. I was trying to repair some of them, but I think I salvaged about 3 out of I think there was about 9. 3 out of the 9 I could salvage by just tweaking them a bit to correct them, and the others I had to scrap. They were just too incorrect the way they were built. So.
Yeah.
I haven't got
Creative
an
woodworking,
actual.
eh?
Pardon?
Creative.
Oh, I don't know the people. I don't know how they couldn't copy the one that was sitting there, the template, when they could see that they did something wrong or whatever, but they don't. So we've got to go and find out what's going on. I haven't got an image
The
of
woodwork teacher at school always used to complain like that too. You know, you'd have a model there, you'd have precise instructions given out to the students, but they'd always come up with their own way of doing it, and it would end up looking different in some way. You know. Yeah.
Used to get those calls out of the shop or the field all the time. You know, hey,
Yeah.
the part I built doesn't look anything like the drawing you gave us. What should we do?
Yeah.
Jesus.
You know, we even put out a ABC News interview that came out when we first were doing the minor birds for the council, and I was in that with the other bloke, the other manager, explaining it all.
What do you do with those silly things after you catch them?
Well, they're supposed to be euthanized correctly with either carbon monoxide type gas, but I don't think everyone does that.
You can teach them to talk, right?
Minor bird, I don't think you can.
Yeah. I thought you could. They used to. There was a bird over here. They called a minor bird, and that thing would talk like a parrot.
Yeah, I googled it, and it's even on the
Maybe
internet. Me with the manager there.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll show up. It's on the ABC local. And there's a video with it as well. I thought it was interesting that they came and interviewed us. I thought there might have been an actual image of the trap. All the rest of them are all square shaped. I'll show the peanuts. Yeah, we tried to make the rectangle square shaped one, but it didn't quite work. We came up with our own design. There's one of them, I think. That's similar to the design I do. It's not the same, but Albion Parkmen shed are trying to do them. But it's basically just the plastic off a pot, like a pot, those pot plants, the base of them. We use them for the lids and the base. Roll of wire for the shell. Yeah, there's only the square. We tried those other ones once before, that shape. Didn't quite work out, that one. It was a bit too tricky. Oh. $50 a pop we charge for them. You have to go to the local council place down in Bellambi there and do an induction course to learn how to trap them and euthanize them, and
Oh, I bet most people that buy the trap don't euthanize them with carbon dioxide.
well, that's what I said. I didn't. I think there might have been sudden impact trauma involved in some of the.
Probably they relocate the bird, Terry, but not all of it.
Yeah, one part of the body goes one way and the other part goes in a different direction, and then they get rid of it.
Yeah, they are a bit of a pest. We've noticed an increase in the mice here lately too.
Oh,
there's a bit of a mouse plague going on.
You want a better mousetrap?
At the moment, so. I've been watching this channel on YouTube, Mousetrap Mondays, and he goes through. He's made a YouTube channel out of investigating mousetraps and like highlighting different types of mousetraps and stuff like that. And he does 2 mousetraps a week, I think. And he's done over 500 mousetraps so far. Jesus, some of them are very clever. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Yeah. There was one that basically used an air nailer to nail the mouse to the bench. Quite intriguing. Anyway,
yeah.
Terry?
I've been putting off Lindsay as long as I could.
I need to go get a drink, do I?
Go and milk the cows or get a drink or fix that window that's squeaky. No, he's going to do Moon. This is going to be so wrong, it's not funny.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, flat Earth Moon phases.
Oh, how's he going to get this wrong?
Yeah.
I don't see anything good coming out of this.
No, I don't either. Did I put on Lindsay's speed? Yep, we're good to go. Yeah, get your oven mitts ready. Push your visual devices back out of kicking reach, and light the bonfire.
What? Oh no.
Yeah, we're all fractals. Oh, the audio. Sorry, Peanuts. Carl said, "Oh, good, the audio's muted." No, it's fixed now.
You'll have to take care of it on your end, Carl.
Check out all my past videos.
Yeah, that's it.
This video is all about the moon phases. Now, I did one of these videos a couple of years ago, I think, and I noticed some people in Japan were showing it, and I had it around the wrong way. I had this full moon over here. I don't know how he did that, but
It wouldn't have mattered, Lindsay.
this is the true model. This is the true cosmic egg. Why is it an egg? Because the black hole of creation is a hole. It's circular, but the sun on its horizon creates the egg shape. And this is what makes scientists all think that everything goes around in elliptic cycles, because it's in reference to the sun. Only because they think they're going around the sun, when nothing goes around the sun, because the sun's the quickest. They make out the sun stationary, but it's not. Earth is stationary. And they want you all to believe that the sun is all exposed 360 degrees, which it's not, because it's tucked into the Milky Way. It's tucked into the Milky Way. The back of the Milky Way is night time, and that's where the full moon is. It's a no-brainer. Shines through. The Milky Way actually goes all the way around it, but because of the light of the sun, you don't see the Milky Way on the day side, obviously. Because what's actually happening is the sun at the centre moves quicker than everything, even slips ahead in the Milky Way. This is the precession of the equinoxes, when the sun is slipping slightly ahead in the Milky Way. I've done videos on that, I think. But anyway, so what you have to imagine is they're all going in the same direction, but the sun is moving that little bit quicker. So much quicker that by the end of the month, the sun has done a full rotation more than the moon. So the sun will end up catching up to the moon. It catches up to new moon at the end of the month. So you could say it leaves the new moon behind and races ahead, right?
What's that, Alan?
This is different to what he's told us before about the moon. Oh, yeah, it's Lindsay. Why should I expect any sort of internal consistency?
Yeah, Alan, you expect too much.
And this is how it works. So it's pretty hard to draw without doing 3D imaging and having it all moving together. So you have to just imagine. So I've started here with the new moon. Now then you start turning the sun. As the sun's turning, that's the sunny side. That's the side we don't see. That's the sun side. What we see is this dark side. It's the cool side of the moon. New moon, nothing. Still nothing. Because the sun is now facing this way, right? Or this way. And now it's like this. Further away, isn't it? Further away. You can see more moon now. Further away, and we're right back here again. But you've got to realise they're all moving together. But the sun is just creeping that little bit more ahead. 52 minutes per day, right? So I always flat earthers, they knew that the moon creates its own light, and it does. So
You're blurting something, Alan?
I'm wondering how the drawing to the left of his ruler and the drawing he's pointing at shows the sun illuminating it from the right hand side.
Exactly.
Yeah, bottom. In fact, when you get round past his black one and he starts like he's now got the sun lighting it up from the left hand side. So where is the sun?
Over there.
there's electrons, which is similar to the stars. Why the stars light up at night? Because they contract at night. They're all out buzzing around during the day, then they contract. There's that choke point that illuminates them while we see the star at night. That works the same way as... I lost my line of thought then.
No.
Well, basically the same as the moon. It contracts, and that's why we see the moon, because it's all buzzing around in the light of the sun, isn't it? Sometimes we see the images, the outline of the moon, all the fuzziness, atoms say vibrating, resonating, whatever. But the cool side forms its skin. That's basically how you can see it. It's forming a skin. The moon forms a skin. Nothing's physical up here, remember? Nothing's physical above man. Okay? It's the physical world down here. No celestial body is a physical object.
Okay.
Bollocks.
You're up there in the firmament, gaseous layers, all to do with frequencies. Okay? So there you have it. New moon and directly in front of the sun's projection. See, the sun sits here and projects its energy, frequencies across the amplifier. The black hole is the amplifier. So there's your sun, there's the black hole sitting in front of the sun like that. The sun isn't the black hole. It's like this.
I
There's
thought
the sun.
the sun was behind the sun, Lindsay.
Because everything is frequencies. And the sun is made up of all the frequencies. That's why the sun always sits at the back of every image. And the moon is the negative of the sun. That's why it'll wander all the way. See, as these are turning, you've got to imagine that moon, at the same time as phasing, is spiraling in and out. Into new moon to here, and spirals all the way out to full moon right out here. And in between are the planets. It spirals across the path of the planets. It's like feeding them her one frequency. It's going in and out, in and out. It's the moon cycle monthly, in and out, in and out. You've got tides going up and down twice a day. The sun going up and down once a year. Okay, so the cool side is the face of the moon away from the sun. The moon we see, the cool side. Okay? So the moon, the sun is not open 360 degrees, exposed to everything, like science like to tell you. It's tucked in the Milky Way. It's like a lighthouse, turning with the Milky Way. But like I say, it slips ahead of the Milky Way at a time. But it's all frequency based, so you don't see a beam of light till it comes into our firmament, and we're looking through the light spectrum to see the sun. Bear in mind, while the moon is phasing like this, it is also spiraling in and out from the sun across all the planets. I only know the 5 planets. I don't know about the others, what they're up to. I haven't read any of, I don't see any of that in ancient scripture. Later on with the Greeks they talk about it, but it's not in my understanding. Planets and moon are all moving in circles, not elliptical cycles. Okay? Because nothing passes the sun. The sun catches up. At the solar eclipse, the moon does not pass in front of the sun.
Doesn't?
The sun catches the moon to pass behind it.
Hey?
Oh! Well, doesn't that by definition mean that the moon's still in front of the sun? Oh my god.
I'm going to have to replay that bit, just that bit.
Eclipse. The sun catches up. At the solar eclipse, the moon does not pass in front of the sun. The sun catches the moon to pass behind it.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh man.
The moon catches the sun to go behind it.
No, the sun catches the moon.
So
David.
the night,
Get it right, Terry.
Right.
the night the full moon rises, the sun is about to set. From there on, each day the sun speeds ahead of the moon. So the full moon is basically now at night, only at night, by 52 minutes each day. You'll set the first day with the sun, then after that, an hour later, 52 minutes later, it's night's fallen, then you get the full moon. To eventually catch up and lap the moon at the next new moon.
What about the
No
moon in
sun
the
on the moon.
daytime, Lindsay?
Full moon. It's pointing in the opposite direction. Moon's light, due to electrons going back into their resting state. It's like the stars, see? The sunny side gets them all excited and frisky.
What?
I don't got no idea
It's all
what.
related to man and woman on Earth. It's the
All
same system. The sun's the
excited
man,
in what?
moon's the woman.
Frisky.
Full moon, it's the frequency,
Frisky
about to birth.
electrons.
Yeah.
And it's to do with the spiritual birth of man. Man's enlightenment. It's all connected to this. Check it on my videos. Full moon represents full resting state, as in a woman prior to giving birth. She has to be at rest, no
What?
stress. The full moon is the eye of Horus. I'll put the picture down here. No. I'll do a video. I'll put up a video of the eye of Horus or the eye of Ra. Can't remember now. I think I've done one before anyway. But I can break it down a little bit more too, I think. It'll be another video. Next video, say. Okay, so, well, anyway, back to this. This is looking down. If you could look down through the Milky Way, because down through the Milky Way is the black hole and the sun on its horizon. So imagine you've got to look down the Milky Way. That's what he's saying. Oh, I've drawn that anyway. There's the Milky Way. So you're looking down. The Milky Way sits vertically in here. Okay? And the sun does a small, it's a very small circle. And we all know Polaris, we should know by now if you know your science, Polaris does a small rotation. So does Sigma Octantis, because they're both images of the sun and the black hole. They do a small rotation because it's all shot up from in here and down inside there. It's come up here to the night sky. Everything's turning. It's turning up here, and that turning up there and this curving creates a parabolic image of another circular rotation out here. Same stars as what's in here,
image.
but parabolically projected out here in a bigger, wider, broader
Parabolically
rotation.
projected. That's
And plenty of videos on that.
technical term.
So, but everything comes
That's a
back down
catchword
to
he
us
uses.
seeing it between
Yeah.
the tropics or around this area, because everything comes back down to man's own arc of horizon. We see everything within our own arc of horizon. Plenty of videos on that.
Oh. Oh.
So we don't see Earth as a whole like this, we just see it within our arc of horizon. We're like miniature little fractals of the Earth. Okay, we've got the moon cycles phases sorted. What can I say? If the sun turns this way, the moon appears to go the opposite way. Not true. So this is what science, they say the moon's going that way. But no, they don't refer to the sun moving. And it's the sun that's doing the turning. It's got the most powerful energy, because all the energy is on a black hole. And the sun's right there on it, on its horizon. So it's obviously the most
No,
powerful.
it's not.
You could say it's the blue light, the blue frequencies. Red shifting comes away. And we're from the centre of creation, so we'll have blue close to us and red will be further away. So sunsets are red, aren't they? The sun is always the furthest away. It's made up of all the light spectrum, all the frequencies, so it's always furthest away.
Oh my
Everything is
God.
in front of the sun. If you want to follow me on Facebook, I put up some pretty good posts, pretty interesting posts. Look me up, Lindsay Harris. You'll find my stuff. It was all about the light today. I put something up about the light. What light is, what the sun is. See, the sun is nothing. Nothing. It's only a focal point in the plasma field. Like a spyglass, what do you call them?
Magnifying glass?
Can't think of the word now. You burn the paper, you know, spyglass thing. It's a focal point. And its focal point is this point here. And it works like a clock. Okay? Moving around with the Milky Way like a lighthouse, but no beam. But it's not straight. See, a clock hand arm is straight, isn't it? But you've got it's curving. The sun follows the curving magnetic fields. So it'd be 1 o'clock round like this. It won't be straight from the centre. Right? Science knows this. This is where you get on the science flat earth debate or something. There's hardly any flat earthers on there. They're all science wannabes. And they're just sitting there waiting to see. I think they just sit there waiting to see if anyone clicks on. And if they click on, then they'll bring out their scientific knowledge. Like they're suppressing everything. But when someone clicks on, then they'll bring it all out. All of a sudden it just all appears on the internet. When they've never spoken about it before or explained it in such easy terms like I've been doing. I can go online and I can find stuff explained just as simply as what I've done now. And they never mentioned that sort of stuff before. There's some science sites coming out basically telling you everything I'm telling you. But they all start off with the bullshit of the spinning ball first, you know, and then they start saying all the stuff which is related to what I'm telling you. But at the end of the day, I've got everything here. It's nothing to do with the spinning ball. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Spread the good news. Subscribe. Like. See how we go. Get the numbers up, eh? Okay. Thanks for watching.
What happened? They actually finished.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's part one, don't forget.
Now that is perfect timing.
Yeah, I think you were watching the live stream and we'll wait until it finished and then go, oh, I can join now.
Well, I watched the old Lindsay's on. I'll
It's
just
too
pop downstairs and make
coincidental
a cup of
that you
tea
turn
first.
up just at the end of Lindsay. That's unless you can prove. Need
It's a
evidence.
complete coincidence.
As
honestly.
SC Montreal said, what's proof?
Alcohol. Alcohol and mathematics have proof.
Hmm.
And that's about it, I think.
Bread dough.
Oh yeah, oh sure. Oh, you got provy dough. Yeah, sorry, forgot about
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
It's a long
provy
time since I
dough.
made bread. Well, the sort that needs proving anyway. Oh, that's what we. Oh yeah. There
So
we go.
did you sort your thing out?
Yeah. Just went on a bit longer than I'd anticipated, but
Did he do IT support over the internet?
oh no, I've just had to send him another email to go. Oi, come on, this was something else. But yeah, I look at my calendar and it's like, yeah, I've got a meeting tomorrow. One on the 13th, one on the 14th. It's just like ping, ping, ping. Because now all of a sudden, going to meetings, you don't have to go anywhere. I can do it all
No,
from
you
here.
just do it virtually.
Yeah. Now there are some of my time. One of the things I've got to do is go to various building sites or places that are soon going to be building sites. But other than that, yeah, I can do everything from here. And then you go into the office one day a week and all sort of actually meet up face to face and catch up and what have you.
I'm sure I gave Surf a spanner before, and they came in on a different account. And it hasn't got the spanner, so not too sure about that one.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Surf did have a
Yeah, I
spanner.
do remember Surf coming in before with a different account, and I'm not gonna be tricked this time.
As the Who said, won't get fooled again.
Is he collecting spanners? Is he?
Yes,
come on another
they're all
account and
13
then
mil.
get another
He's
another one.
He's going for the full set.
You don't need a 16 mil. When's the last time you used a 16 mil spanner?
Yeah.
It's 10, 12, 13, 14, 17, 21.
Oh no, 15 gets used over here. We use a 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't.
Yeah, there's some imperial sizes that 15s fit. I was missing last time I was here.
Oh.
And Little Wolf didn't spell my name right because it didn't get tagged properly. Because you say
No.
it wrong, you spell it wrong. You want to lose your spanner, Little Wolf?
I'll give it to Surf.
Yeah, I'll give it to Sir.
Musical spanners.
Yeah. Well, I did want to play a little bit of this because I was listening to it a little bit today, but not on McTurn's channel. It was linked through Gems. Paul knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So we won't play that person's version of it. We'll just play a little bit of this one. I don't know the backstory 100% because they did reference the previous. Okay.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ah, okay. Well, neither did I.
I'll be gone for the last hour, and I so I don't know I wasn't privy to anything that was going on in the background.
Oh, Paul knew a little bit about it, but I knew more than what I did.
Yeah, I haven't watched all the stream yet though either, so
Yeah.
no, but I have heard a little bit about it.
Yeah.
So
Well, we'll play a little bit of it. I don't know which part to play, but I'll play the start of it. I think it's around there. Looks like Turn was on a. I can't tell what Can you tell what Discord he was on?
Oh, that's Geo's, isn't it?
That's
Earth
Geos.
Awakenings?
This
Yeah,
was on
Earth
Geo's,
Awakenings,
was it?
Geos.
Yeah, it's Geo's server.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hell, I know that, and I'm not a member of it.
Hmm. Well, it must
I
have
think
been on the
I think
time
I
of
was in it
day
for
that
5 minutes.
I didn't catch it, because by the time I get onto the Geos, there's hardly anyone there.
I know that's Geos. I know it because I left Geo's server because Geo's a prick.
There you go.
Oh, it's not too bad when he's not there.
When he's not there.
Yeah, maybe that's where I went wrong.
Yeah. No, if Bandy's on there with a few others in there, I'll pop my nose in.
Good. So this is awesome. So yeah. And next up we have MC Toon. MC Toon, how are you today?
I am great. It's a good day. I don't have the time constraint that I did last time, so hopefully it doesn't go too long, but I won't have to leave quickly.
Excellent. That's great. I know this is really good, and I have extra time today too, a little bit. So this is really good. No rushing today. So I hear that you wanted to start first. What's up? And you had a presentation to do.
Yes, sure. So
okay, if you want to go ahead and.
The idea was that last time I didn't have it, so this time
okay.
I'm bringing something.
Excellent. So if you want to go right ahead and get started, take your time, and we'll get going right on that for you.
It's ready for the. So basically, last time we established that we should talk about the mean sea level. And as far as I remember, we didn't really at the very core of the conversation that we had again last time. So this time I tried to bring something that is about mean sea level measurement. So the very first thing that I think we should start off is, what does it even mean? So anybody who's listening could have a broad idea what is mean sea level in the first place. I brought two different definitions from Britannica.com and SearchWatch.com. They're basically, agreeing with each other that the mean sea level is a datum to which elevations and contour intervals are generally referred to.
This sounds like it's starting off the similar flat Earth rhetoric where they try to explain the globe Earth, but not going to get it right. If I'm preempting too much, maybe. Because he's a flat earther of a sort, isn't he? This What's Up.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's Up is a flat earther. Yeah.
And he's bringing up mean sea level, but what is he going to try to pick it apart and try to complain that it's not right or refer to a flat Earth? I don't know. I'm just speculating.
What doesn't help, and this isn't really a spoiler alert, for the first few minutes, he thinks he's presenting something.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he's referring to. Only he's not presenting it, or he's presenting it, but MC Toon hasn't clicked on his live stream. So you can actually see there. It says watch stream.
Watch stream.
And I think
right.
that's What's Up's presentation. MC Toon hasn't clicked on it and hasn't seen it, so that doesn't help matters to start with.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And
Toon
then
hadn't realised that when he
I
does.
don't think so. No.
Okay.
So that screws it up a bit.
Yeah, it does.
The other definition from searchwatch.org also explains it as an average height of the sea over long periods of time, usually a month of a year, the shorter term variations of tides and storm and blah, blah, blah. So the basic idea is that the mean sea level is only just a reference from which we are vertically determining the elevation, the height of something. Now, in America, in the United States and its territories, the mean sea level is determined by taking hourly measurements of sea levels over a period of 19 years at various locations, and then averaging all of the measurements. Now, the basic problem that you would have is, how would you determine that if you have various locations and they are differ at the very base of their calculations? But that will be another problem that I'm going to look into. By the way, this is from an article from National Geographic, so I guess the source is quite respectable. Now, the real problem when they are trying to determine the mean sea level is that the sea level is always changing. And for that, they, come up with the idea to have a tide gauge that is trying to measure the hourly happening tidal wave differences that happens because of the large body of water moving up and down. And basically what you see right now, I'm not sure if you're seeing it, by the way, I haven't tested it yet. Everybody sees what I'm showing. I don't see anything.
No, I don't see.
Oh, frick. I had 3 slides already.
Doesn't he know you got to click on watch stream?
Possibly not. I'm quite surprised. But MC2
It's showing for me
Discord.
that I'm showing it.
Does anybody else see what he's...
Sorry, yeah, it's working for me.
Oh.
You've got to click on watch
That's bad
stream.
because then I'm going to jump back because, Bebo sees it.
Oh,
and you were
okay.
seeing
I
it
have,
full screen, right?
You
Not
have
just...
to refresh if you can't see it because it is working.
Yeah, I have it. I had to hit on the view live stream, so got it. Thanks.
Okay, no problem. So I'm going to be starting it again. Not the whole thing. I'm just going to go through the basic idea that I showed some definitions from Britannica and SearchWatch. Then I showed a citation from National Geographic that was made back in 2011, by the way, regarding...
So he's just explaining it for now, for that part. We'll have to... I don't know whether we should skip till we can find the crux of his argument with it or not. Just watch this for a bit longer, or...
From what I can remember, if you can find the crux of his argument, you're doing well.
Exactly.
Because if I remember rightly, you get through the whole thing, and then you ask yourself, and your point is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's showing some more there. Okay, we'll go back.
Mean sea level being flat.
Would you like to go into the part in which we are actually debating the already set topic, which is right now, what I presented?
I think that's what's next, right?
Okay, well, in a regular, proper debate, they usually present their own side, and then they go into a certain aspect of the topic, and they try to
I
debate
think
it.
Toon knows what debate means.
If you have something to show before we begin.
Do I have something to show of measurements of the surface of water being curved? I showed those last time. I mean, I could go through them again.
Yeah.
I could go through them again.
Oh, no.
No. Okay.
I'm not asking for doing the same thing that you did already.
Okay, so you could just go from memory then that I showed measurements of the surface of water being curved.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. I remember. Yeah. Jesse Kozlowski. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So, and now you're happy to go into a back and forth on this then?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Oh, okay.
Excellent.
So, it is great information that, and a lot of people don't know, mean sea level lake in the United States is a 19-year average. You showed some diagrams where they use a straight line for sea level, and I think you found that to be maybe compelling. It's just a diagram, though. It wasn't meant to display anything in relation to the surface of the water. It was just giving an illustration of how they measure the elevation. So now the people that do this survey work, the surveyors, they have their own jargon, and their jargon when they talk about the word level is that level is curved. That's the definition of level in the field of surveying. If you disagree with that, it doesn't really matter. That is their jargon. We don't get to define an entire industry's jargon. So then the burden would be, if you think that level is not curved, would be then to show measurements of the surface of water, which is what they're speaking of, the surface of water being flat. And you didn't do that. And from last time, I did show the surface of water being curved. So I guess you didn't bring much there. So anyway, what they do is they take these average measurements, and then they use
May I rebuttal that?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so because we had a private, a direct messaging with each other, right? And in that, he claimed that I'm going to bring something regarding measurements of mean sea level. That I did.
Yeah, the elevation of mean sea level. But not whether or not it's curved.
I'm sorry, I have to cut in elevation of mean sea level is 0 as a value, so it doesn't make much sense what you just said.
Yeah, but you didn't show whether or not mean sea level was curved or flat. All you did was identify the height on the shore of sea level.
There is no height, it's 0.
Well, the height is 0. 0 is a height.
That's a reference point.
Yeah.
As a basic, the root reference point to which every other elevation ever measured is referencing to.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. So what do they do with that then? Once they have the height of the shore of sea level along the shore all around a continent or a landmass, what do they do with that? You know what they do with that, right?
Maybe then I wasn't really sure, because this is really a tricky topic, by the way. If you would look into it, you would find the information to be very kind of hidden. You would have to search for it now. How you should basically imagine what they were doing at the very first time that they were trying to determine the elevation of anything is that they literally put a physical benchmark, like a little brass boat that I showed on the 4th slide, I think, at a certain point that was close to the sea. And then from that point, they were, with the tide gauges, they were measuring the difference from that point that the water gives to you, because there are tidal waves. Now, from that, they get an average, which they call mean sea level. What they do after that is that they arbitrarily, of course, conceptually, on paper, they extend horizontal plane, and then from that horizontal plane, they vertically measure the height and the elevation of what they are trying to actually measure.
Do you have some citations to that?
But all my citations were in the slide. That's why I showed you, for example, the citation from the United Nations website, or the National Geographic, or the other ones, that whenever you will see an explanation as to how they determine an elevation of something, they always assume the ground to be a flat horizontal line or plane.
Then show the citation where they actually say that they always assume the surface of the ground to be flat.
Yeah, that's a claim that he has to
specific
verify
citation I'm
now.
looking for. Do you have that? That wasn't in your slides.
Written out with actual words and with those words. No, I do not have that.
Okay, so you don't. All right, excellent. So I do know a little more about what they do with this vertical information. They put that into a vertical datum. In the United States, the older one is NGVD, National Geodetic Vertical Datum, NGVD 29. and they updated it in 88. So, and they called it NAVD, North America Vertical Datum 88. Both of those are ellipsoids. So if you're going to cite something as a vertical differential from a datum, and that datum is an ellipsoid datum, then you are not suggesting that the surface of water is flat. You're suggesting that the surface of water matches that vertical datum, which is an ellipsoid.
Okay, we are not talking about at that point regarding measuring elevation. You are only talking about that particular idea of the ellipsoid.
Okay.
Not how they measure elevation.
Okay. So I mean, it seems all you have is you've described how they measure sea level at one point, and then at another point, and then at another point, but you didn't do anything to marry together how surveyors deal with different points in the you know, there's multiple points along the surface or the shore of water that they measure. So you didn't actually show what they do when they have all of these different vertical elevations or the offsets of being zero, right? But
can you see my screen sharing? Is it still there?
I see it, yes.
Okay, great, because that's literally from Wikipedia, which website I do not like, and I do not really suggest anybody to gather their information from Wikipedia. But what I did found there is
that image is from
image
NOAA,
on the
not from
page
Wikipedia, right?
I'm explaining where I found the image, not if the image was originally made by Wikipedia at all. But, okay, so it's the article on Wikipedia is called National Geodetic Vertical Datum of 1929.
Yeah, that's what I talked about.
So it's the NGVD 29.
Yes, which is an ellipsoid.
An attached image, that article. And as I see, even in here, it's not representing in the image sea level or mean sea level in any other way than a horizontally straight line, and from which they are vertically measuring an elevation.
So you think that this diagram, the drawing in the diagram, trumps the actual datum that is an ellipsoid. So the diagram that you found in Wikipedia completely ignores that both the National Geodetic Vertical Datum 29 and the North American Vertical Datum 88 are both ellipsoids. You're ignoring that and saying this diagram has straight lines, therefore water is flat. That's your claim?
If he says yes,
water is flat by itself, regardless of what they are claiming about it.
Well, do you have measurements of that then?
I mean, of course, if I want to be precise, I would say that the surface of water at rest.
Okay, but do you have measurements of that?
I don't. This is you came up with the NGVD 29. I'm showing you an image from that. I showed you like 5 different citations and other explanatory videos, screenshots, and things like that, and they are all referring to the sea level, so the water level, as being a horizontally straight line.
So because the diagrams drew a horizontal straight line, we can ignore that the NGVD 29 and NAVD 88 are actually ellipsoids? Is that what you're saying?
Actually, well, in order to claim that it's actually ellipsoid, you would have to have a radius, I think, for that ellipsoid.
Which, of course, they do.
At least two radiuses, by the way.
Absolutely.
For an ellipsoid.
A polar radius. A polar radius and an equatorial radius, yes, they do.
Sure. And what did I show you at the last slide? If you remember, as a joke, I inserted that one, but I'm going to show it again. So this is literally like a 3-day, but not 3, like 5 days ago uploaded video. They are doing the Albiruni. I don't know if you heard about the guy, Albiruni, determining the radius of the Earth. Yes. Okay. So this is their recreation for Albiruni.
Yeah. Are you suggesting that NGVD29 or NAVD88 use the measurement from this guy?
Albiruni. No, I'm not inserting that.
So it's talking about it has no impact on this particular NGVD29 or NAVD88 ellipsoids. Do you have anything relevant to?
This guy would really give you a headache, wouldn't he, if you're trying to discuss something with him, to get around to what he just literally not making any points.
You haven't mentioned how they came up. Sorry, since you haven't explained in any way the radius measurement itself, I went into explaining my part of it.
Yeah, so I think that the NGVD29 ellipsoid is based on the Clark ellipsoid.
Clark ellipsoid.
Yeah, Alexander Ross Clark. So, a lot.
Can you show it, or should I look for it?
Yeah, it was published in 1833. I can put the link in the live chat for everybody to have a look at here.
You can just surely follow the theme with this bloke. We'll do another jump.
Coming out of the screen, but you can't actually have the x-axis leave the screen because the screen is only two-dimensional. That's typically how drawings are done in three-dimensional space on a two-dimensional drawing or diagram. This is common. It's common in high school. In America at least. I don't know if you had a math teacher that tried to draw a three-dimensional object on a two-dimensional surface before.
Many times, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So, what was your question?
That's the end of the sentence. Okay. So, again, okay. You let's say you are going from spherical to Euclidean. How and why would you do that if the first basic idea is that there is Euclidean geometry and there is non-Euclidean geometry? Like that's what I'm trying to say to you, that the spherical.
Is that what his English is very terrible for me.
I think he's basically saying Euclidean.
Or the hyperbolic geometry are non-Euclidean geometries. So when Euclidean geometry is referred to.
So is he a friend of Bev?
No.
As at the very end, of course, 3D space geometry that we are living in, then why would I use any kind of other geometry to determine a certain point of, let's say, in anywhere in the 3D space? Why would I use another geometry?
Well, I suppose if you're standing on the surface of a sphere, it would be pretty convenient.
But that you can do in 3D space, 3D Euclidean space. There's no problem regarding that.
Well, true.
The problem comes in when you are trying to develop a 2D surface of a 3D sphere, because you cannot.
Correct. You cannot flatten a three-dimensional sphere without distortions. But you don't need to. If you leave your coordinate system in three-dimensional space, you don't need to. If you're going to be doing things in three-dimensional space and you're doing something on the surface of a sphere, then it is significantly more convenient to leave it in spherical coordinate system than to move it to a Cartesian coordinate system, or Euclidean, as sometimes referred to, because it's easier to do things. For example, to calculate the distances between points on the surface of a sphere, the math involved in doing that using a spherical coordinate system instead of a Cartesian coordinate system is significantly easier. You use the Haversine formula when you are in the spherical coordinate system. I don't even know what the formula would be if to get the three-dimensional spherical distance across the surface of a sphere using XYZ. I don't know what that is. I've never looked that up, but the Haversine formula is, while it's got a good number of factors to it, it's not that complicated.
I don't know why you mentioned Cartesian coordinate system, by the way, because like that's the one that we are actually using, isn't it?
Because what?
That's the one that we are actually using in our everyday, especially when we are trying to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would I mention Cartesian?
When you are trying to talk about the spherical geometry. Yeah.
Well, we use spherical geometry when we talk about latitude, longitude. Those
That's
are
what you use spherical geometry.
Yeah, latitude and longitude are spherical terms. You didn't know that? So by this diagram, so that there's actual the longitude in this diagram is theta. Right? You see the theta? That's longitude. And then latitude is actually a linear number instead of a degree number in essence. But you can use phi as your latitude here as well. It's 0 to 360 degrees. Typically, it's just done from the equator. So it's a little bit of a transformation to get from a pure spherical coordinate system. But that's what we use every day. Latitude and longitude are spherical coordinate systems. So why would I talk about using spherical coordinate systems? Yeah. Because that's what we use.
Well, let me show something for my claim that I'm gonna make in a moment.
Okay. Now, while you do that, I'll just say if the Earth were flat, then typically the azimuthal equidistant map or the Gleason map uses polar coordinate system, not Cartesian either. It has the origin at the center. You have a radius, which in that essence is the latitude. That's the radius. And then your theta, which is the longitude. So either way, we're not using, on the surface of the Earth, we're not using Cartesian or coordinate systems.
I'm really ashamed of the third time that I'm showing a citation from Wikipedia, by the way. I'm going to make that clear right now, but that's what I'm going to do. The image is probably not directly from Wikipedia, but that's where I found it. So as far as I know, this is a Cartesian coordinate system, and I'm literally only seeing an X and Y axis.
Are you sharing it?
Else. Yeah. Am I sharing it?
I don't see.
I'm not sure. But one moment. Maybe now.
There we go. I got it. Yep. Okay.
So as far as I know, this is like a Cartesian coordinate.
Yeah, and generally we don't use that on the surface of the Earth anywhere. We use latitude, longitude, which is not a Cartesian coordinate system.
Well, as far as I know, longitude and latitude are also two directions.
Yes, but they're not either. It doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or spherical.
Really?
Never in either of those models is latitude, longitude a Cartesian coordinate system. It's either a spherical coordinate system or a polar coordinate system.
I don't know how that, sorry about what I said, but I cannot see again a third dimension in a Cartesian coordinate system whatsoever. So.
You've never, you can't imagine? Well, right on your Wikipedia page, it talks about three dimensions.
No, because it's called a Cartesian coordinate plane in the first place, so that's why I cannot imagine. By the way, the plane is a 2D.
Yeah, let me just read to you from the Wikipedia page that you got that image from. One can use the same principle to specify the position in any point in three-dimensional space by three Cartesian coordinates, its signed distance to three mutually perpendicular planes, or equivalently by its perpendicular projection onto three mutually perpendicular lines. In general, n Cartesian coordinates, any element of real n space, specify the point in an n-dimensional Euclidean space for any dimension n. So you can have 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 1,000 dimensional space in Cartesian coordinate systems.
Great. What I was trying to dwell into is the using of maps, because as far as I know, that's where we actually do use longitude and latitude lines, right?
Okay.
So
yeah, but nobody
my
claims,
contention.
Nobody claims that latitude and longitude are Cartesian coordinates. Nobody does. Unless you, I mean, maybe you do. Maybe you are the lone rebel, the maverick who says that Cartesian, latitude, longitude are Cartesian, but nobody else does. It is either polar or spherical coordinates.
I was trying to say, by the way, and that's what I said, is that they are referencing a kind of similar system as the Cartesian coordinate system. So, again, what I wanted to dwell into is the usage of the Cartesian coordinate kind of systems, like a map.
Okay.
Now, on a map, when we are, for example, trying to measure a distance in between 2 points, as far as I know, those distances are not measured in any way as a curved line.
It depends on the...
When you mention the spherical geometry.
Well, it depends on the distance.
Determining a distance in between 2 points, that's not what I ever used in my life.
Yeah. How long of a distance have you measured on a map? What's the longest you've ever measured? And then you personally
Back in
did
school
the
in
navigation.
geography class, I'm guessing thousands of miles.
Thousands of miles in geometry class. Or geography class.
I don't think the young'uns know who Boris is.
Geography class and with the legend, of course.
Okay,
yeah.
and then you traveled these because you had to plot the amount or predict the amount of fuel that you needed for the course?
So I was told that those maps are precise.
Okay, I don't know what your educational system was, but I can guarantee you that every one of those maps said it was a projection.
You're writing essays again in the internal chat. Al.
So like your previous citation where it said that you cannot put a spherical coordinate system or a spherical object onto a flat surface. That's exactly right, and that's why they use
I think we're ready for another jump again because he's I'd be so confused with this guy.
He's pretty much demonstrated that he knows nothing about coordinate systems.
Yes, and it doesn't, from memory, it doesn't really go anywhere. It's just...
What, a load of nah.
I mean, no, he's not disagreeing. I wouldn't say he's disagreeing. He's just rewording what he thinks is something, and then you try to explain something to him.
It really felt like that was nah, though, or just ignore.
Yeah.
He thinks that a Cartesian coordinate system is only two-dimensional. He's not even aware that you can have a three-dimensional or like Toon said, an n-dimensional Cartesian system.
Yeah, I don't know where they got this from, unless everybody's listening to Bev, because he doesn't understand anything to do with 3 dimensions. Oh, most fluffs don't, to be honest. But like, if they hear Cartesian coordinates, they automatically assume it's 2D. Well, AutoCAD works with Cartesian coordinates in 3D.
Can you do spherical as well as Cartesian in AutoCAD, farmers?
Actually, I'm probably the wrong person to ask because I've done 2D for 25 years. I don't do 3D. Right, pain in the ass.
Fair enough.
that, and I've never needed to. And even at this new job, when I do any drawings, they will be used as the basis for the guys who redo it in Revit in 3D. So I don't have to learn that either, which is wonderful.
I think we'll make this the last jump if this is still going.
Getting the spinning thing
Right.
too. I think it's Discord.
I will be back because somebody
honestly,
wants to connect.
you can always try refreshing and see what you can do there. Yeah, if it's okay.
It's interesting because for me it's also at the very beginning when you click it, it's just spinning and then it to me.
Exactly.
Sure.
It does.
He wants to know, is Bev the Papa Flurf?
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
I see you're sharing again. And I see the low-res version of it. Oh, yeah, that's a different one there. But yeah, the high-res just doesn't... Maybe if you dropped... can you change the frames per second? Because it says it's 30 frames per second, and you're just showing a static image, so lower quality would or lower rate refresh rate would be just fine.
I think there's too many people in that call, and too many people trying to watch the video stream at the same time, and Discord won't let somebody else connect, will they?
Yeah. Oh, that's what I would have figured out, because I've noticed that ourselves when we all try to go to watch one stream that somebody's sharing.
Yeah, that's one of the problems with
yeah.
Discord.
I don't know if he solves the issue or not.
I do that from Chrome because that's what I'm using and it doesn't give me that. Simple kind of triangulation. And as you can see, they are always using simple Euclidean triangles. Now that means that when you have if you would click on the image, then you will see a little bit better what's written on each side. Now, they are calling calculated distances, calculated this, calculated measured angle, blah, blah, blah. All those sides are always made up of straight lines, which means that these distances, as I mentioned before when I was talking about the maps, distances are measured as straight lines and nothing else. No curve whatsoever.
Yeah, so it's a straight line.
The triangulation wouldn't work.
No, actually not at all. There's no problem at all. So these are straight lines from an elevation above the Earth to another point that is elevated above the Earth. There is no problem with these lines being straight. They aren't actual along the surface of the Earth, curving with the Earth. These are points in space above the surface of the Earth. Straight lines, no problem. What do you got?
Of the Earth. Yeah, but they are referencing the Earth itself because it says distance. Yeah, and in your model, you have the distance as a curved line.
Yes, the distance across the surface is a curved line. Correct. But they're not using the triangles.
And it shouldn't work.
It works just fine.
Okay, so the line of sight
is
different. It doesn't actually matter, does it?
No.
Because it's a line of sight distance. We know it's a line of sight distance. And it's not like we're doing just one triangle, is it? We're doing multiple triangles. And also, of course, we are recording the elevation angle from one point to the other point as well.
Show me
in the first place.
Show me the mathematical proof that it would not work, I guess, would be your next thing.
What the Euclidean geometry is using a triangle which has straight sides. In that Euclidean geometry, you can find correlations in between the sides and the angles within a triangle, especially, by the way, a right angle triangle. You can find in any kind of triangle within Euclidean geometry. Now, in spherical and hyperbolical, you cannot.
Okay, we'll show the mathematical proof of that then.
Mathematical proof that you have to use
you have claimed
triangles.
Yeah, you have claimed a whole bunch of things about spherical geometry that mathematicians disagree with. So it's on you to provide the mathematical proof that you can't do triangles on the surface of a sphere, I suppose. Go ahead. Are you saying that you cannot do triangles on the surface of a sphere, that spherical triangles do not exist? Is that your claim?
When did I ever claim anything like
Okay,
that?
so well, I mean, because you're saying that you can't do triangulation on the surface of a sphere. That's your claim, right?
My claim is twofolded, that that kind of triangulation would not use any kind of sine and cosine functions that you would find in Euclidean, because it's not Euclidean, it's that easy.
So you don't actually know a whole lot about spherical geometry, do you?
That's what they are using, mate. When they are having one side for the triangle, meaning one distance, and a certain angle which they get from, let's say, a theodolite, then they are going on with the Euclidean geometry from that. Euclidean, not anything else.
Well, that would be where you're wrong, because they're using they use spherical.
Yes, Alan.
I just want to ask Paul a question. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's nothing to stop you setting up a whole load of planar triangles across the surface of a sphere, is there?
No, of course not. That's literally what they do.
Yeah, it's just, I thought I had it right, but I just wanted to double check. The line of sight triangles are planar, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're all in slightly different planes.
That's
exactly
right.
Yeah.
Very slightly different, but still different.
Yeah, and of course the elevation above the geoid as well will also change the plane of the triangle, which is, but again, it's only very slight differences, isn't it? Usually.
Trigonometry. At times, it depends what their purpose is and their margin of error that they need.
They are not using sine, cosine, and other functions that are
sure they
low
can.
sines are within Euclidean geometry.
Well, let me just. I guess it's free education time for you. Oop, hold on. I was in the wrong chat there. Okay.
We'll look at the spherical law of cosines.
Because again, if they are not using that, then why didn't they use, let's say, in this image that I posted, but I can show you others, of course, anytime. Why don't they use curved lines at all? Well, how is that a representation of anything then?
Here you go. Well, I mean, your diagram is just a diagram. It's not actually, what they use in their coursework. When somebody teaches a course on these things, they don't use that diagram and that's the end of the course. They actually do a little bit more than that. But here is a from Wolfram Alpha or just Wolfram, not Alpha, on spherical trigonometry. And there are functions that use sine and cosine in spherical trigonometry. You see that? There's angle A, angle B, angle C, and line A, line B, line C, and the radius R. There are relationships that you can do to solve triangles that are spherical triangles. Spherical triangles exist. Spherical trigonometry exists. You can use trigonometric functions to do your math in spherical trigonometry. So I don't know why it seems that you think that this doesn't exist, maybe, but maybe I'm putting words in your mouth. But you can see here is
I said they don't use it. I didn't say it doesn't exist. I said they don't use that.
Well, that would be wrong then, because like I said in the book that I referenced, the principle, the triangulation of the American arc of the parallel, they do use spherical trigonometry. So that's easy to show is wrong.
Okay, I just posted something in live stream too, again. And there's
future theorizing, continue with confidence. What's the date that comes in your mind, or the character, or the proof itself?
Well, I mean, you know.
Sorry, actually I went the wrong. I heard.
Well, they're having two different
I'm
conversations.
trying to
in
find the
different parts of
date,
Discord.
1899, by the way.
All right. So you did you put something? Oh, there. Yeah.
See, in this kind of diagram that was, drawn up by surveyors.
Okay. And
simple triangles.
Does this show the math that they used, or is it just a couple diagrams again? You think that diagrams is it, huh?
Oh, this is like a simple orthographical view of the land and then putting on some actual triangulation, because this is how it's done.
Okay. And do you have any of the results of this particular survey?
By the way.
Do you have any results of this particular survey?
I need to know that when I'm only talking about if they are using triangles or not.
Yeah. And so how do you know whether or not these triangles are spherical triangles or planar triangles?
Mate, because that's how it's drawn up. Like, it's that easy.
Because
you can see
because of the diagram again.
You
think the diagram is all that matters.
Yeah.
So forget what they actually did. Forget the actual work that they did, and let's just look at the pictures. That's what you want?
It's called a triangulation map. This one is actually not just a diagram. This is called a triangulation map.
Yeah.
That's not just arbitrary drawing that you make at home in Paint.
Yeah. It's a triangulation map. Yes.
Actually, what they use
absolutely.
to determine certain distances.
Yeah, and surveyors, when doing these large triangulations, use spherical trigonometry. Like I said, in the book that I referenced, goes over some of these details. So do you have the Shelton base net citation? I would love to see that. Do you have that?
You want me to present something that is a written text, and signed by blood, that they are only using simple Euclidean geometry?
No, I want the citation, because I'm pretty sure the citation will talk about the measured triangles and the actual numbers of the measured triangles.
The actual numbers are somewhere in there. I'm not sure what they are referencing, by the way, but they are there. I'm not a surveyor. I cannot read a map like this just off the top of my head. I would have to look it up, of course. But this is how the map they are using for triangulation looks like. And all I see there are simple triangles.
Yeah, and how would, if they were going to draw on this two-dimensional surface a spherical triangle, how would they draw it?
Spherical. The surface of sphere cannot be developed. That means
absolutely. So they could not actually draw a three-dimensional spherical triangle on a two-dimensional surface. They could only use a representation of it. So you cannot look at the triangles that they drew and determine whether or not these triangles are spherical triangles or planar triangles. What you need to do is look at the actual measurements of them to see if they sum to more than 180 degrees. Did you do that?
What I do know is that if you are using simple triangles, but you have the supposition that the surface is actually curving, then you shouldn't come up with the right calculation for any distance, especially over long distance. You cannot.
Absolutely, and they always use, for long distances, spherical trigonometry.
No, this is what they use, and this is not spherical geometry in any way.
Oh, well then show the measurements. Let's see some of these
the measurements of what?
These triangles to
The
see if
measurements of
they
what?
sum to more than 180 degrees or not. What do you think?
Wait a second.
You can't argue something with him and he doesn't.
We would actually measure a triangle within that map drawn up. We would come up with a triangle that is not having 180 for its inner.
Yeah, that's right,
angles
Judy.
as a sum.
That's my question to you. Did you look at them before you cited this?
Wait, if you are connecting 3 points in a series
on a plane,
give you a triangle.
Yep, on a plane, and they summed it on a plane. They summed 180 degrees. On the surface of a sphere, they always sum to more than 180 degrees. That's how spherical triangles work in spherical trigonometry.
This is not a spherical triangle that you are looking at. This is a map. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
That is definitely what is in contention, though. Because you didn't actually look at the details. But tell you what, let me show you, because I don't know the details of this one, but I do know the details of the one that I previously cited. And I'm sharing that right now if you want to have a look at it. These are the actual triangles. Do you see that?
This is the map that the surveyors actually use. You are supposing that they use something else also. That's not good.
Do you see what I'm sharing?
Just to let you guys know, there might be a lag or something. Oops, can you hear me? I'm sorry to interrupt, guys, but I just wanted to let you know there might be a little bit of a lag. We're getting some over talking on both sides, okay? Just wanted to check in and let you know.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, what's up? Are you seeing what I'm sending here?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a similar diagram to what you showed, right? A triangulation net. Right? You see that? And here are the actual measurements. Yeah, sure. You see here, Ibapa, Pilot Peak, Ogden Peak. We can go back to this one here and we can find all of those points on this. On this particular one, right? Or other ones in the book. I think this may not be the same one. So
I get what you're trying to
all of their,
course, yeah.
all of the triangulation nets are diagrammed in that book. Again, this is the triangulation of the American arc of the parallel. And then these are the measurements of the triangles. These are the angles of the triangles that they measured using theodolites. Is 53 degrees, 38 arc minutes, 37.117 arc seconds. Pilot Peak is 91, right?
59.
They sum.
I'm ending up right now, yeah.
Yep. They sum to 62 arc seconds more than 180 degrees. That's what that 62.160 is at the bottom.
Spherical
axis. You see that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That I don't even need to. Okay.
Yeah. So that particular triangle sums to more than 180 degrees.
How much is that in degrees?
Well,
from the top of my head.
An arc second is 1/3600th. An arc minute is 1/60th. So that's 62 arc seconds, which is just a tiny bit more than 1 arc minute. So let's just call it 1 arc minute. So that's 1/60th of a degree more than 180 degrees. But you can see they carried 3 digits of precision.
0.17.
Yeah. So, but you can see they carried 3 digits of precision in after their arc second measurement. So this particular margin of error is extremely small. It's much, much less than 1 arc second. So this particular measurement is almost 2 orders of magnitude larger than the margin of error. So it's a significant
where is the margin of error in this image?
Yeah, you can see that they have 3 digits of precision after the decimal point for arc seconds. Do you see that? So that 37.117, that is arc seconds. Right? So their margin of error is going to be somewhere within that final digit.
Supposedly, yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't calculate something over and then just, claim that it must be there. It must be there. But again, that arc second is converting to 0.01 degrees. Now, will you imagine in real life that you could be off by that much when you are measuring three angles, one after another?
Well, like I said,
anytime I can. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, they actually carry 3 digits of precision after the decimal point for arc seconds. So their measurement error doesn't care.
8087. I just see that. 8087, they had a precision of that small accuracy. Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
They were using 20-inch long telescopes. Right? Extremely precise measurements here. So the point is, I mean, if you want to just declare, hand wave that they couldn't possibly do it, then you go right ahead. But denialism isn't evidence; it's just denialism. So you feel free to look through this particular documentation. It's quite thorough. It's 900 pages. The thing is, every one of these. Right. So if they're off on one, well, then the next one and the next one and the next one and the next, they're over 180 degrees on every one of these triangles. You see that?
By 0.012 degrees.
Yeah. And
yes, I do see that.
And their instruments are able to measure significantly more precise than that. So all of these are more than 180 degrees, showing that these are not planar triangles. It is not possible on a plane for a triangle to have more than 180 degrees. These do have more than 180 degrees. Therefore, they are not planar triangles.
Again, I still have a contention to that because it's 1887 and we are talking about very small amount of margin of error.
Do you have any evidence?
Way within the human error.
Do you have any evidence that their margin of error is
even
wrong?
The human error?
Do you have any evidence of that other than
within the human error?
It sounds like all you have is denialism. You don't have any evidence for this.
I might have for next time if we would ever have, but from the top of my head, I cannot show it right
next time.
I have sent this particular document to many flat earthers. They always say they're going to have a look, and they come back. Well, they
come
never
back with nothing, actually.
Yeah.
Nothing ever changes.
That's the good story.
Hey, maybe you'll be the first. Again, that's on my website. You can download it from there, or there's a link to the original source. My website, mc2.net/r. It's the 5th measurement of the radius of the Earth listed on that page. All right. But I do appreciate that Chadwick one that you sent. I will have a look at that and see if I can get the source data, because it looks like the same types of triangulation net maps.
Okay. I think it's been 2 hours, and I really do think, by the way, that the audience is getting more and more bored.
Yeah, I understand. I think it's a good time. I'll even unmute Crux so he can so I can hear him next time.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say, sorry, before Amy jumps in, I just wanted to say that thank you, Bactoon, for being civil about all of this.
I've heard of him before, TT.
We get hot, and
never heard him talk a lot.
I think if we can come out of it smiling, I think it's a good idea.
Absolutely. And I do want to thank you both for coming.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah.
It's such a strain to get anything out of him.
Yeah.
You'd get frustrated with him, wouldn't you, Paul?
Absolutely, because he just brought nothing. I mean,
That's
of
what I
course he
thought.
brought something, but he actually had nothing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like when he was showing pictures with straight lines on it, that was his claim because they're straight lines.
And it was also interesting that he said, "That's what I was told."
Oh, okay.
And he's using this as his argument. And what's the mantra of the flat earther? You were just told that.
Yeah, that's
Why
it.
are you believing it when you were just told it? You know?
Off people off other discords or that discord or off YouTube videos, all that. That's the usual thing I hear.
Yeah.
Do we know who his Papa Flurf is?
He seemed to have a bit of Bev in him for some of the things when he was talking about Euclidean geometry, because that's what Bev goes on about, doesn't he?
All the time.
And that's all Bev goes on about.
Oh, get rid of that now. I confuse accents. What do you mean, Carl? Yeah, European accent. Yeah. Well, he's not British.
He's trying to.
That's Eastern European accent of some sort.
It's not
I've
German.
got a funny thing. Yeah, I think he might be Dutch, but I think he might be very Dutch. But I could be thinking of somebody else.
That's not. No, it's more Russian sounding than it is German sounding.
Okay. Hey. Oh, I don't know.
Boris and Natasha. Moose and Squirrel.
Who? Oh, Boris. Oh, Boris. Yeah.
Boris.
Yeah, Boris.
And
Yeah.
Natasha.
Yeah, the young'uns out there wouldn't have a clue who that is.
Yeah. Look, Rocky, nothing up my sleeve.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh dear. Oh.
I miss all those old cartoons.
Would you like a quiz?
Yes,
yeah,
please.
Something educational and not derpy like that debate that was not a debate.
Derpy derp.
All right. I've got something educational for you.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Are you being educated?
Hello.
Zooks.
Are we talking about spherical geometry again?
Looks that way.
Yeah.
Don't get many into the
Right.
hand, do you?
I see yours shine.
You see Earth shine.
A couple of hot spots there.
Hot spots. Oh, yeah. Hot spots. Oh, yeah. Oh, my.
All right. Not too hard a quiz this time. All right. So you should be able to get the answers on those ones. Okay, question 1. Popular discontent with this emperor's rule and the declaration of Galba as emperor led him to become the first Roman emperor to commit suicide. Who was it? We'll start with an easy one.
Okay, I'm going to take a punt at him.
You would be right, Farmer's Boy. Well done.
Thank you. That's a nice way to ease us in gently, because I bet the next one's going to be an absolute bloody stinker.
Alan's also correct.
I'll have a go. I don't know how to spell
wait
it
for the delay, because I'm sure the peanuts are going to get it pretty quickly too.
I don't know if I spelt it correctly.
No, that is not correct.
Oh, okay.
How many Roman emperors do you know, Todd?
I know.
And it looks like the peanuts are in on this one too. They know the right answer.
No,
We'll
was
just
it
go through
the other
rest of
one?
clues.
It was the other
other
one.
one.
It was the other one.
The other one.
There was only 2 emperors, yeah.
Yeah. Only 2 Roman emperors.
Oh.
No. The Great Jewish Revolt began during this emperor's reign, as did the defeat of an uprising instigated by the Iceni queen Boudicca. This emperor constructed the Domus Aurea, and his death marked the beginning of the Year of the 4 Emperors. There you go. The Year of the 4 Emperors, Terry.
Twice as many as 2.
Yeah. This emperor apocryphally caused the death of St. Paul during the persecution of Christians. Name this last Julio-Claudian emperor who was rumoured to have played the fiddle during the Great Fire of Rome. It was, of course, Nero. Well done. That's one to ease you into it.
Yeah.
Okay, next one. Alan, you were going to say something?
Sorry, no. I just I saw the clip you put at the end and clicked. It was from the BBC show Horrible Histories.
Yeah.
Is that what it's from?
Yep.
Gotcha.
Question 2. An elderly puppeteer sends trash cans to attack a young girl and her friends in a subway station in this country. Which country is it?
That doesn't ring any bells.
No?
No.
Okay, I'll give you another clue then. A sewer in this country houses a sweatshop run by Eveline, who is killed when Diana Ross's character pulls a fire alarm. What country is this?
Blimey.
It's not Uzbekistan, no.
Or any of the other stands, of which there are plenty now.
It's not the UK, no. UKistan. Harold Arlen composed a trio of songs sung in this country that swapped the words brain, heart and nerve in their titles. What country is this? It's not France. It's not Greater Outer Mongolia either. No. It's not Miami Blue. No. Okay. Arriving in this country causes a shift from black and white to Technicolor shortly before a witch arrives. What country is this? That would be correct, Farmer's Boy and Ellen. Yeah. And well done to Jezza, who got it first out in the Peanuts. It is indeed the land of Oz. Yeah, this country is the setting of The Wiz and names a film in which Judy Garland sings over the rainbow. That should have given it away.
Buckle up,
Name
I
this
think
country.
Kansas is going bye-bye.
Yeah, this country in which Dorothy travels to the Emerald City. It is the land of Oz.
I don't get the trash cans in the subway station. That weren't in the first film, was it?
No, not in the first film. That was in The Wiz, which is the Diana Ross version of the story.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Oh, haven't you? It's worth watching.
No, it doesn't ring any bells.
Yeah, it's quite different.
Yeah, it sounds it, yeah.
Yeah. One character in this film tells a woman, "You eat like a bird," after serving her a sandwich in a room filled with stuffed birds. What film is this?
That rings a vague bell.
Well, the land of Oz does count as a country, even if it's a fictional one.
Yeah.
Well, that's where we live.
Yeah.
No, you live down under.
That would be correct, Blue. You've got the answer to this one correct.
No, it's not hitting me yet. It does ring a vague bell.
Not the birds, no. This film ends with a shot of a car being slowly pulled out of a swamp, which was included in a nearly shot-for-shot remake by Gus Van Sant. What film is this? Blue has it.
If you want to get first,
Famous
TT,
shot
you
in-
can come in here and you can be first.
Yeah. A famous shot in this film slowly fades from bloody water swirling down a drain to a dead woman's eyeball. What film is this? No.
I haven't got a
Carl
clue.
Edwards. It's not Bugger.
I don't think I've ever heard of a film called Bugger.
Let me check that for you.
Oh, thanks, Farmer.
Alan's got it too.
Oh.
And the Peanuts are getting it now as well. Irish Stew's got it. Carl Edwards has got it.
Really?
I got it.
Okay.
Yeah. That shot immediately follows a scene in this movie in which screeching violins accompany the murder of Marion Crane in her shower. Would that have given it away to you, Terry?
No.
Name this 1960 film starring Janet Leigh and Anthony Perkins as the murderous motel owner Norman Bates.
That
Directed
might
by
have
Alfred
been
Hitchcock.
that would have started me on the track of thinking of what it was.
She, the actress, was Jamie Lee Curtis's mother, if I remember rightly.
Yeah. It was Psycho. Yeah.
And just for information, there's a film listed coming out this year called Buggers.
Righto, Farmer.
There was a 27. No, this is on IMDb. There was a 2017 film called Cute Little Buggers.
Okay.
But there isn't actually a film called
Bugger. Okay.
Not on IMDb anyway. There could be elsewhere. But
You
not
might
on
find
IMDb.
one on Pornhub.
Oh, I ain't looking there.
No, you're thinking of bigger.
Question 4. This property can be thought of as the transport phenomenon for linear momentum. What is this property?
A train.
That's not a property, is it?
Oh.
Well, it's someone's property.
Well, the train company. I suppose,
Yeah. Under constant stress, materials that possess both elasticity and this property undergo a time-dependent increase in strain known as creep. What is this property? It's not mass, Carl Edwards, no. It's not velocity, Bob the Science Guy, no.
Unobtainium.
It's not unobtainium, no. Buoyancy is converted to forces created by this property by the Grashof number, while inertial forces are compared to forces created by this property using the Reynolds number. What is this property?
What are you naked out there, Bob? Didn't you get your spanner back yet from the last culling?
Is it that?
Obviously
bad?
not.
No.
It's
Come
not
into
locomotion.
Yeah. Come into the Discord if you want to come in, TT Guy or Bob.
It's not gravity, no. Okay. Newtonian fluids have a constant value for this property, which is 0 for superfluids.
Oh.
What is this property?
Somebody's having a go.
No, that's not correct, Alan. Big Blue's got it.
I probably know the word, but I just can't connect the two yet.
Yeah. Blue knows what it is. He's got it correct.
I just can't think what it is.
What is it, Blue?
It's that.
Okay, another clue. This property describes the internal frictional forces in a fluid.
Yeah.
We do have some correct answers out in the Peanuts now, but I will go through the rest of the clues anyway. Yeah, you're all getting it out there now. Name this measure of a fluid's resistance to flow, which is high for molasses. It is viscosity. Yes.
I got it right.
You did too.
Snottity. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Okay, question 5. Nearly halfway there. Scattered electrons were measured by a current measuring cup named for this scientist in the Davison-Germer experiment. Which scientist is this?
Yeah, whatever.
Whatever. And I have taken his name as on one occasion for the streams.
Oh, that helps. That narrows it down to several hundred.
That took a moment to find it.
No, Bob's in Discord. You got the
Morning, guys.
You want to come
Afternoon
in,
for
Bob?
y'all.
Evening. It's what, Thursday morning here now.
No, it's still Wednesday afternoon. Sorry.
You guys don't know what time it is, do you?
Yeah,
Y'all have
your
a different.
time.
Y'all have a different answer. Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
we all do. Yeah, I reckon Farmer will say it's 3:24, and I reckon
Correct.
Blue will say it's 10:24, and I say it's 12:24.
In a different day.
Yeah.
I say it's Tuesday.
Well, that was a couple of days ago for us.
Yep.
Yeah. It's actually Thursday here.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Can't be
behind
Tuesday
the
then.
times.
Yeah,
I'm
you are.
behind
Yeah.
the
You got to
24 hours.
You got to catch up, Bob.
Time's moving backwards because I'm waiting for delivery.
Yes, that's a common.
And usually time slows down for those sort of things.
Yeah, well, mine freaking moves backwards. I've got a new telescope mount coming.
Oh,
good.
That's what he's waiting for.
I'm going to be able to
Well, in
track
the
satellites
meantime,
with it.
Yeah.
Big Blue and Farmer's Boy and Heaps of Peanuts have already got the answer to this question, which is great. Metal elevators are cellular dead zones because they act as devices named for this man. That would have given it away to most people.
Yeah.
This man's namesake law contains a negative sign due to Lenz's law. Changing magnetic flux through a closed conducting loop creates an electromotive force in that loop according to this scientist's namesake law of induction. Hollow conductors that block electromagnetic fields from getting inside are known as this scientist's cages. That definitely would have given it away.
Yeah.
Name this scientist who names the SI unit of capacitance. It is Faraday. But who
that's
knows
what I was
his
going to
first
type
name?
too.
Does anyone know what his first name is?
Yeah, Fred Faraday.
No, it's not Fred.
Well, it should have been.
It's not Freddie Faraday.
Freddie
No.
Faraday.
No.
Michael.
Finley Faraday.
Bill.
Bill.
Tom.
No.
That was Michael, wasn't it?
It was indeed Michael. Well done. Yes.
And I have on several occasions been to Faraday House on the Embankment, which is the headquarters of the Institute of Electrical Engineers.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. All right, next question. This philosopher lends his name to a style of debate known for its use of elenchus.
A style
Who
of
is this
debate.
philosopher? Yeah.
Style of debate.
Never heard of that.
I didn't know there was a style of debate.
Oh, there are lots of different styles of debate, yes.
Okay.
This philosopher asked whether things are pious because God loves them or vice versa in a debate with Euthyphro. And we have some correct answers. Blue's got it correct. So does Jezza out in the Peanuts. It is Socrates.
Oh,
Shortly
Socrates.
before, yeah,
Oh,
Socrates.
Socrates.
Yeah. Shortly before his death, this philosopher claimed that the unexamined life is not worth living and compared himself to a gadfly waking up a horse. This philosopher claimed he was wise for knowing that he knew nothing, while on trial for corrupting the youth of Athens. A method of argument based on asking questions is named for this philosopher, the Socratic method.
Yes.
Yeah. Named this ancient Greek philosopher who was sentenced to death and forced to drink hemlock.
So next time a flurf is in one of the discords, I'll say, "Oh, you're just copying Socrates."
Yeah.
Yeah. Socrates himself is particularly missed.
Yeah.
A lovely little thinker, but a bugger when he's pissed. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jezza was
Question
first
7.
out there, wasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Question 7. A local specialty in this country consists of half a loaf of white bread filled with a curry called bunny chow.
No.
I've never heard of a curry.
Which country?
No.
But curry and bread, yeah, I'm quite familiar with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the pubs that there used to be in the pool league that we played in. I mean, most pubs at the end of the match would bring out sandwiches and things like that. He'd bring out the larger polystyrene cups, and he'd have curry in it, and then he'd bring out a couple of loaves of bread, and then you took a round of bread and dipped it in the curry.
Yeah, when you think
I knew who would get the answer to this one correct from the first clue.
Yeah, I was just thinking of the one word in that the only country I can think of with.
Is not the one that you wrote. It's not India. You typed India just because the word curry was measured, right?
Yeah, TT guy copied me.
India's not the only place in the world that eats curry, Terry.
Okay.
There are many famous curries over here in the UK that originated here in the UK.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as I would have expected, Carl Edwards got the correct answer. Because the correct answer is South Africa. Yeah.
I think I just beat him to... Well, I just beat him to seeing it on my screen anyway.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. The fynbos shrubland in this country contains many species of honeybush and rhubarb plants whose leaves produce red tea. A nickname for a gold-rich escarpment that lies partially in Gauteng province gave this country the name of its currency, the rand. I should have given it away.
Yeah.
This country's 11 official languages include Hausa, as well as one that arises from its Dutch colonisation, Afrikaans. Yeah. My boss speaks Afrikaans. Johannesburg and Cape Town are cities in what African country? It is, of course, South Africa.
South Africa.
But Bob reckons he was half right by saying South Carolina. Oh, that's a bit of a stretch, Bob.
That is a bit of a stretch. That one.
And even then, it's not a country, is it? It's
no.
Yeah. Question 8. During this conflict, two people on opposing sides exchanged armour after realising that their grandfathers had known each other. What was this conflict?
Exchanged armour.
Well, if it was armour, it'd have to be a while back. Depending on what type of armour.
It's not the 100-Year War, Alan, no.
That lasted way longer than 100 years.
I was going to say, yeah. I mean, maybe they called it that at the time, thinking it was done. And then it just dragged on.
It's not the War of the Roses. No. In order to avoid fighting in this war, one person feigned madness and sowed his fields with salt, while another person disguised himself as a princess. What was this war?
FA Cup.
Big Blue, the Jimmy Buffet course concert in Atlanta.
Oh dear, that's a hell of a gig that was.
I think Bob the Science Guy, Troy was a city, not a war.
Yeah.
Not the Boer War. Yeah. At the beginning of this war, Protesilau is tricked into being the first to set foot on enemy soil, leading him to be the first to die. Which war? Not the Crusades, no. Yeah. Bob's got it right this time.
Right.
Yeah. This war was instigated after the judgment of Paris and Paris's subsequent elopement with Helen.
There you go.
Yeah. Name this war described in the Iliad that ended with Greek victory after a large wooden horse tricked the enemy into opening their gates. It was, of course, the Trojan War.
They should have gone with the badger. It should have been a giant wooden badger.
Yeah.
Maybe it was the horse, then it was going to be the rabbit, and then it was going to be the badger. I don't know.
Yeah. Question 9. A Guatemalan cameraman in this movie reveals that he was formerly a doctor before waking a young boy in a coma with a stick of celery. Which movie is this? Jezza, what a harsh quizmaster. Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
These are easier questions than usual too.
They are. They're usually absolute bloody howlers, but
yeah.
Guatemalan cameraman. That's not ringing any bells.
No. Well, I'll give you another clue then. Another character in this movie creates a carnivorous rat parrot hybrid and a monkey thought translator. What movie is this?
Yeah, that's vague, distant bells.
Okay. Try this then. Brent McHale repeatedly kicks over a wagon full of fish in this movie as the mascot of Baby Brent Sardines. What movie is this? Carl Edwards, Brazil.
No. I know that film very well. It's not Brazil. That is a very, very underrated film, Brazil.
It's not The Little Shop of Horrors, no.
No. I'm going to know this. This is the annoying thing. I bet I've seen this film more than once.
The protagonist of this movie gets laughed at by his class after inventing spray-on shoes. No?
No. It's not coming to me.
This movie's setting of Swallow Falls is devastated by a spaghetti twister in an event reported on by Sam Sparks. What is the movie? Carl knows the movie, but he can't remember the name. He has it now, though.
Yeah.
Well done, Carl Edwards. Name this movie in which one of Flint Lockwood's inventions catastrophically rains food. It is Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Meatballs,
yeah.
That's it.
And your last question for the day. A midrash about this man tells that the Leviathan fled from him upon realizing that this man was circumcised. Who is this man?
What's a midrash?
It's actually pronounced midrash.
Right.
Yeah. I guess if you knew what one was, that would help you with the clue, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it probably would. Yeah.
That's what makes the first clue the hardest one. Okay, another clue. A king puts on a sackcloth and covers himself in dust upon hearing from this man that his city would be destroyed in 40 days. Who is the man? Who is the man? It's not Noah. TT guy. No. It's not Noah. It's not Alexander the Great or Captain Ahab either. This son of Amittai yearns for death after God withers away the leaves of a gourd that was shielding him from the scorching heat. Who
How
is
much for
this
the gourd?
man? You got to haggle.
Won't haggle. Oh, please tell me what to say.
It's not Solomon. It's not Rambo First Blood. It's not Daniel either.
Actually, the film was just called First Blood. It wasn't called Rambo.
This man's decision to travel by ship to Tarshish rather than Nineveh led the ship's sailors to throw him overboard at his request during a storm sent by the Lord. Who is he? Who is he? Come on, internal. Name this biblical prophet who spent 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of a giant fish. That should give it away. That's the one, Blue. That's the one, Farmer Boy. Yes. The Peanuts had it long ago. I think it was Judy Bassett that got it first out there with Jonah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Spelt with an H on the end. Jonah. Jonah.
Carl had Captain Ahab.
Captain Ahab? No.
Well,
wrong movie.
Yeah, it was a whale.
Well, Carl had Jonah. Carl had Jonah back further.
Well, there's your quiz for the day.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
All right.
Yeah, thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
I nearly got one right.
It wasn't too hard, was it?
Actually, no. Usually they're bloody worse than that.
I just picked the wrong Roman emperor. There was another one.
There were one or two, yeah. Well, my IT man has let me down.
Oh, no.
Yep. I did sort of go back and say to him, you do realise that whilst you're sorting this out, I can't really do much in the way of work. I mean, not really. He said, it won't be today. All right, whatever then.
Bob's got a message for you, Paul, in the peanut gallery.
What's the message? Let's have a look. Well, thank you for reminding me how dumb I am. That's not the purpose of the quiz.
No. It's only a bit of fun.
Yeah.
It is a bit of fun. And a bit of education as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a good learning opportunity.
Yes, that's right.
Only if you can remember it.
Well, that ain't the problem these days.
That's the trick.
Yeah.
Oh.
So what we got now, Terry?
It's an animal with an identity crisis.
Oh, good.
No, this isn't a chicken. Well, you fooled us. This is actually Kaleo, a minor bird and his owner, Colette, from Hawaii. And in Hawaiian, Kaleo means voice.
I can't get done for the sound, but I didn't play it.
So what's the biology behind this turkey talker?
So cute. What's impressive about minor birds is not just their ability to speak, but also their ability to learn. When they're in the wild, it's the older birds who make alarm calls to let all the birds know that a predator is approaching. And the juvenile birds have to be able to hear and learn that alarm call so that they themselves can make it when they become older.
Kick a bubble bash. Kick a bubble bash.
Minor birds can learn their
That's not
calls.
what we're supposed to be seeing.
A Blue posted that over in Discord.
Oh, right. I thought, what the hell is he playing? Apropos of
I'm
nothing.
a chicken, says this talking minor bird.
Oh, right. I'd never got around to clicking on that. Right, okay. That makes fractionally more sense now.
Yeah, there was a pet store when I was growing up that had one of those things back in the back of the store. And it said all kinds of ridiculous stuff. Yeah,
I think we should.
I was playing a video in Matt, just for the audio part.
I think we should relieve the tension a bit by showing the hilarity of that response from Rodney Baker. Do you think the Peanuts would appreciate that?
Well, the one that Sean Hawkins posted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think they'd like that?
I think yeah. If you're gonna guys, face palm protection.
Face palm protection needed.
Yes.
Shall we read it?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
And who's
So
Rodney Baker?
says,
we have to get a bit of a
knows?
backstory.
Yeah. But he tells Sean Hawkins, "No, you are wrong. On a curved Earth, the horizon is always below the line that separates the sky from the water." let that sink in.
Think on that.
Okay.
You see, that would be the tangent to the observer. Earth's circumference is 24,901 miles. Each of the 360 degrees of circumference is 24,901 divided by 360, which equals 69.17 miles long. Each mile is 169.17th, which equals 0.0145 degrees of curvature. This means you can't see the horizon through a sextant if the distant object is more than a few miles away. Any more than that, then the Earth's own body obscures your view. If you use the invisible line that separates the sky from the water as your reference for objects far away, then you are using the horizon for a flat, plain Earth and not the one for a round Earth. So basically he's saying that the horizon is hidden behind the curve of the Earth.
which is really, really special.
That the Earth gets in the way of you seeing the horizon.
It just...
that's special, that one. I just
really
love
is.
it. It really is, yeah. Oh, dear.
Yes, quite.
I thought you might like that one.
Where do you start with it? I mean...
Yeah, you hang in there, Scooter. You're special.
As I said in Hitchhikers, the rest of you guys just keep banging those rocks together.
Yeah. Good flat Earth Day,
I
everyone.
told you, Gary, the year of the sphere trumps your flat Earth Day.
Yeah.
Well, while I just grab these to see what we got, see if we got any Simons or anything similar. Top left presentation to Mitchell from Australia. That was for the top left award, that's right.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's about. I haven't got a chance to watch it yet. It only just popped up. Bob's got 2-star fix Google Earth navigation. What's that about, Bob? That goes for 20 minutes. It's a little bit long, Bob. Anything shorter?
It's about 2-star fix, 2-star fix using Google Earth.
Okay.
Kind of like the title says.
Yeah, I know.
exactly.
I was just zipping through it. We try to play videos that are at least 10, maybe 12 minutes long, roughly, but 20 minutes.
It just goes through. It's one of those things that goes through the entire process of finding a 2-star fix. And determining, you got to be able to determine where the GP of the star is, and most of the videos over that. I've got to get off my ass and do some videos today. I'm running out of videos for Bob the Science Guy. I had like 2 months of excess videos that I wanted to use up while I let my freaking chest heal. I can breathe again though, so I think it's time to get back to work.
You mean you can breathe again without pain?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anton, signals known as fast radio bursts get major updates and explanations from Anton.
How long was that one on the two-way speed of light on my channel?
Let's have a look.
Oh yeah, where'd that one go?
That was Monday's video, I think.
Well, hi everyone, and greetings
Yeah,
from Northern
you're
Michigan.
you're shielded over in Discord, so I'd have to scroll back up. Well, it's quicker to go to your channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Where are we? One-way speed of light.
It was Monday's video.
Actually, that one might be interesting because I'll grab that.
Is it a little shorter?
Yeah, it's 16 minutes. We could probably stretch it for that one.
I'd really like to see what Blue's opinion on that was.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Well, hi everyone, and greetings from Northern Michigan. This is Bob.
Right, grab that. Who else have we got? SpaceX challenged by a flurfer. That's Mr. Sensible.
God, I haven't caught up on any of these yet.
And Blue did a live stream for 3 hours and 40 minutes the other day.
He did? Yeah, yesterday. Last night for me.
Another Globe Celestial Navigation Challenge announcement. Is that the second one or the same one? Tune one.
No, sometime this evening, MC Toon is going to publish a navigational challenge that allows us to do it spherically. But it's not $10,000.
Oh, okay.
It's and it'll be the first one to mail in the correct answer. Email in the correct answer. And you've only got to get within.
Standing for Truth is a channel that spends a lot of.
Whoops, sorry. Shut up, Simon. Alan was talking.
Yeah.
How rude. Another Anton. Mysterious circle turned out to be first electrogalactic supernova. Okay. Team Skeptics, Judge, Roast, Student, Attorney. Oh, Conspiracy Cats did one.
That is a reposting of the one he did on his new channel.
Oh, okay. A man who got rich selling magic wands to the army.
Yes. And he posted up a teaser about that, and I said, "Oh, I remember reading all about that years ago. That was all over the net years ago." Because I think he was. I think I heard about it when he was actually in court being prosecuted for it.
Okay.
Was this the guy with the explosives detector?
Yes. Yes, that there was a web page or a forum over here to do with skeptics, which I used to follow years ago. It's since defunct and disappeared, but he was a major target of their interest at the time. People had done all sorts of background and research on him and all sorts of things, and I think that's when he was actually going to court and being prosecuted for fraud and whatnot.
Oh, I forgot to make you co-host to let Matt in, Farmer. I'm sorry.
No.
Well, I was over
So
there. I was over here doing something, and I had to walk all the way back to the front door to let Matt in.
Oh, well, just remember that on Saturday then, because I should be around without interruption on Saturday. Well, should be.
He probably wouldn't let me in though. Probably.
No, I'd let you in. I'm not a total wanker.
not totally, no.
No, not totally. I have me moments.
Farmer would have went, who's there? And you would have went, Dave. And you would have went, Dave's not here.
Dave's not here.
Dave's dead.
Right, good afternoon. How is everybody?
Oh, good. Yourself?
Oh, we're all right, mate.
Hello, Bob, out in the outside bit.
Well, he's actually in here, but out there, over in the other room.
Yeah, I know he is. Yeah, he's in the Discord. Yeah.
We left the door open between rooms and he's shouting through. Yeah.
Yeah, I was glad he's getting better.
Just call him One Eye Jim.
Call him what?
One Eye Jim. Because there's only one eye.
Oh yeah.
Jim.
That sounded too close to gin.
Call him Jim. No, that's cruel.
You cut your farmers. I'll get them.
What do you mean? I paid good money for that. I paid all the £6.50.
That's pretty cheap, actually. It's a lot more expensive over here.
I always get change out of a tenner. I mean, bugger me. I don't take the 5 minutes. Go number 4 all over. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I did the same as well, but it's like it's £8 or £9 plus at most places here now. Yeah.
Slide on a video. Unusual.
Well, Alan, what did you say, Alan?
I just use my own machine. Do it myself.
Yeah, but I
my
get
missus does that now.
I get to chat to a nice young lady for 5 or 10 minutes.
Has anyone?
I'd admire her in the mirror, but I have to take my glasses off. I can't see bugger all.
I get to chat when my missus does as well to a nice young lady, so that's all right.
Does anyone recognise this video from Gary?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's worth looking at actually, Terry.
Yeah, Sly. I haven't seen Sly's videos for a while.
Oh, Alan, I like your green screen behind you there.
No, he's actually sitting in a control room, Matt.
Oh, is he? Damn.
Yeah. Didn't you know that?
So he had a CGI glitch earlier on when he got up then. He moved around.
I really am the master controller.
Yeah. He's not in his house. He's down at the local
control center. Yeah, control room.
What? You mean you think these books are real?
Yeah.
No, they're not. That's CGI, Farmer.
Yeah, that's definitely CGI. Especially that time when you actually picked a book out. That was definitely CGI.
My CGI is my uber CGI.
It's really good, is it? He's uber CGI.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I'm not really the master controller sitting in the chair in the southern North Sea Sector Operations Centre.
Oh, is that what it is? I was going to ask you what that was. Yeah.
It is actually the old Cold War Sector Operations Centre for Southern England.
Yeah. Did you take that photo, or did you find that on the internet?
I took the damn picture.
Oh, did you?
Nice. Did you find it on the internet?
It's actually,
I don't know.
Bloody works.
I don't know, do I?
Being preserved as a museum. It's exactly as it is the day they stopped using it in 1992.
And they pulled the plug out.
I'm getting complaints about Sly Sparkane's video.
Pretty much the day I left the Air Force as well.
Well, I think we've got enough videos.
In the States somewhere, they've got a tour of a Minuteman missile silo where you can actually go and launch a missile. Interesting.
What, really launch a missile?
Well, no, obviously.
That'd wake the Russians up.
Wouldn't it?
Oh, righto, Blue. Jeez. We can always get Gary in here to explain it.
As long as he brings his rubber bands with him.
Oh yeah, let's have Gary on.
Oh,
There's a whole load of other. No, let's get him in because he's got a whole load of other things he needs to explain as well.
I know.
Yeah, question
Quite a few
time.
things,
Question,
actually.
question time for Gary.
Yeah. He knows what I'm going to ask him. So. Yeah.
Oh, we'll watch Slice first, then get down the road.
Harry.
Mm.
Press play.
I can't. I've got to unmute it first.
Ah.
Now I can.
Now, of
No.
course, we're all used to flat earthers lying, but this one was just a little bit too obvious to ignore. A couple of days ago, I was on Jose's live stream, and Gary was there. And I made this comment, which I've made many times before because it is biological fact.
The human eye distorts just as much as a GoPro. I'm sure you're aware of that.
As we all know, the human eye has a relatively wide field of view and a circular lens. The exact same thing that you find on a GoPro or half of a 360-degree camera. And despite Gary's denials, I went on to give this example to Gary.
If you are standing there and you're looking out, should I say level, okay? At your eye level, you're looking out level, okay? The horizon will appear to go from the left corner of your eye to the right corner of your eye straight through the middle, correct?
Yep.
Okay, now, if you tilt your head down and you look down a little bit, and when you're looking down, the horizon is still at the corners of your eye, but now it's arcing over the top of your field of view.
Then Gary turned around and made a video the exact same day as the end of that live stream. And this was his interpretation of it so he could sell it to his viewers.
Okay, off in the distance, there's an orchard, and it just looks like a horizon, but it's close to the horizon to resemble one. It's a straight line across. So anyhow, I have my camera about as level as I can get it, looking straight forward. Now, Sly Sparkane thinks that if I tilt my camera down, that line's going to become crooked.
No,
wait,
didn't say
I
that.
said what?
Now, Sly Sparkane thinks that if I tilt my camera down, that line's going to become crooked.
No, Gary,
Oh,
I
look,
made absolutely no mention
Distortion in
of
that
your
image.
handheld camera, whether it's a mobile phone or whatever. I spoke specifically of what the human eye sees, and that it distorts more than a GoPro.
The human eye distorts just as much as a GoPro. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Here are my words again, supported by half the view of a 360-degree camera.
If you are standing there and you're looking out, should I say level, okay? At your eye level, you're looking out level, okay? The horizon will appear to go from the left corner of your eye to the right corner of your eye straight through the middle, correct?
Yep.
Okay, now, if you tilt your head down and you look down a little bit, and when you're looking down, the horizon is still at the corners of your eye, but now it's arcing over the top of your field of view.
I have never seen it arcing, ever.
Now, it's one thing if you don't agree with me. That's fine. I'm cool with that. Good luck with that, but I'm cool with that. But there's no reason to make a deliberately false representation of what I had said. The camera that you used, which was not a camera I was referencing, does not properly represent the claim. And so that nobody thinks I'm cherry picking, since his video was short, I'll play you his whole claim.
Now, Sly Sparkane thinks that if I tilt my camera down, that line's going to become crooked. Or if I tilt my camera up, it's going to become crooked. He says my eyes do that, but they're worse than a GoPro. So, as you see, the line stays straight. Doesn't matter if I tilt. Doesn't matter which way, up or down. Back to the center with the camera level. The camera resembles what I actually see with my physical eyes. Sly doesn't know what he's talking about. He lives in a world of illusions, or delusions, I should say. My eyes are better than a GoPro. A GoPro would make that thing look like I'm standing on a little ball. It's ridiculous.
So Gary, you can keep lying all you want, but somebody is going to check you. If the only defense that you have about somebody else's claim is to lie about it, then I'm pretty sure that you're the one who's living in the delusional world. Y'all have a nice day.
Oh my god!
That always scares me, that last bit. I forgot about that.
He needs to re-edit that because it always cuts off the end of the day.
So Gary's camera's got a lens with terrible bloody pincushion distortion then.
Yeah, I reckon
Plus,
if you drew a straight line across the top and bottom of the screen, or wherever it is when he tilts it up and down, I bet you that line wouldn't be straight on the horizon.
As he tilts it down and the horizon line gets near the top of the frame, you can see that it's got some quite bad pincushion distortion.
Gary says in the chat that we to be sure to watch his video in response to this one, but I don't fail to see what excuse he can come up with for deliberately lying or misrepresenting what Sly said. I don't see what excuse he could possibly come up with, quite honestly. I'm sure he has got an excuse, mind you.
Probably.
And of course, he's also forgetting that our brains are quite good at converting what is essentially a spherical image into a rectilinear one.
Mm.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it is something you can do with software. Or you can stick a shit ton more lens elements in your lens and do it optically.
I mean, if you did that on a regular basis, if you looked to a horizon and then dipped your head and tried to look through the top of your eye, it does distort, but it's probably not something we really realize is actually happening, because like you said, your brain has a way of, reinterpreting everything.
Yeah.
Conventionally, that's not really happening.
You've got to do it by just noticing what your peripheral vision is doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Not quite looking at it.
Yeah. I've kind of noticed these things in recent years. Well, let's say recent years for a while, because my central vision, I've got scarring in the macula, so my central vision at distance isn't all that good. So in order to make out detail, sometimes I have to look slightly off center a little bit. It's tricky to do. It's very difficult to actually make out some detail sometimes. And occasionally I do get that effect, especially if it's way off in the distance.
Well, my vision is now so bad that sitting here in front of this 27-inch monitor, if I look in the middle of it, I have got really noticeable pincushion distortion, top and bottom, on left and right.
Yeah.
It makes trying to level my photographs an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. Mm.
Because, straight lines aren't straight anymore. I mean, I suppose there's one small thing that at least the grid that is on the display is also distorted.
Well, Gary, here's a challenge for you, right? I can guarantee you, if you considering where I can kind of guess, well, I'm not 100% sure where you live, but the kind of environment that you live, you can find somewhere where there's open fields and there's a horizon, good view of horizon somewhere. Dip your head down, try and look over the top of your eyes and see how much it does distort. It does distort, dude. It's a fact. I've done it. I had to do it many times because, as I said, because of my conditions, I try to do that to try and make out detail at distance. It does. It's just human biology, dude.
Oh, and I will say one thing. When Sly tilted his 4 fisheye lens downwards slightly, I think he rotated it ever so slightly, because you noticed that although the horizons were still opposite each other, they twisted around the edge a little bit. So they weren't horizontal across the frame. But I'm pretty sure that's just because the camera was rotated. The sensor was rotated a little as well.
Yeah.
I pressed the wrong thing.
Bob wanted Blue to get an opinion on this.
Yeah, I'd like to see this.
Everyone froze, Carl. Sorry, I had... When I do that, it does that.
Bob the Science Guy. You know, we've had a lovely weekend here at the house. Got a little bit of snow, spent some time with family. And tonight I want to go ahead and just make a quick video for you, just to have a little chat with you about a video I saw online the other day. So let's cue up the music and have a look at Brian's logic and the one-way speed of light.
Brian's logic.
Brian and logic, two contradictory terms.
Yeah.
Mutually.
Well, that Brian and logic, anyway.
Now let's have a look at Brian's video, The End of the Globe Earth Model, and see how he crafts his argument. And we'll have a look at it from the characteristics of science denial. So, take it away, Brian.
The origins and end of the globe Earth model, non-parallel sun rays. Contrary to popular belief, the one-way speed of light was never actually measured. Nobody in the history of the world has ever measured the one-way speed of light, and possibly nobody ever will. Why this is important in a video about non-parallel sun rays is because it is officially claimed that sun rays are parallel, and the reason that they claim this is due to a belief that the sun is a very big and very far away. A claimed distance of 93 million statute miles, or 1 astronomical unit, as the AU is defined as the exact distance between the globe Earth and heliocentric sun. The sun is claimed to be 8.03 light minutes away from us, and they determined this via a claimed two-way speed of light measurement. But there was never a two-way speed of light measurement made, as logically there can't be if there is no one-way speed of light measurement.
Okay, so let's look at this from a conspiratorial thinking aspect.
What?
Now, much of the conspiratorial thinkers out there use something called the tobacco script. The tobacco script was developed in the 1950s when the tobacco companies hired a public relations firm to help them deal with reports coming out in Reader's Digest and medical journals suggesting that cigarette smoking was associated with lung cancer. Now, the main thrust of the tobacco script is deny the evidence. Say that the evidence isn't all in. There are other scientists that say other things. This is what Brian's using to try and put doubt on the globe. He's not making an argument for the flat Earth. He's arguing against the globe. Now, it's true that we can't measure the one-way speed of light, and there's a number of reasons for that. However, his assertion that since we can't measure the one-way speed of light, it's impossible to measure the two-way speed of light is ludicrous. We've done that on a number of occasions. It's very easy to say, well, I send a radar beam out, the radar beam comes back. The amount of time that takes to go out and come back is related to the speed of light and the two-way trip from my transmitter to the object back to my receiver. That's very easy to do. So for example, when an amateur ham operator does an Earth-Moon-Earth bounce, which is a very common thing for them to do, he will transmit a signal in the direction of the moon, and he will listen for the echo to come back. And it takes about 2.5 seconds. Now, whether it took 2 seconds to get there and ½ second to come back, or 1¼ seconds each way, is immaterial. The delay between his transmission and when he receives it is still 2.5 seconds. So, whether or not we decide that we're going to have a consistent speed of light by convention, or we're going to try and do the math and come up with a reason that it would be different somehow, going out versus coming back, and complicate things, is immaterial. Now, what exactly is a convention? Now, by convention, this is a yardstick. We can also measure this with the metric system and come up with whatever it is, 0.9 meters. But the bottom line is, whether we measure it using imperial units or using metric units is immaterial. We can pick one of them for one reason or the other. It doesn't mean that the other one's wrong. The bottom line is, this yardstick is still 36 inches long, or 0.9 meters. What convention we use to describe the length of this does not change the actual length of the physical object. But since he mentioned the speed of light, let's go ahead and have a quick look at how that was originally determined. Now, the first scientific determination of the speed of light was by a Dutch astronomer by the name of Romer working for the Paris Observatory. And he used one of the moons of Jupiter called Io. Now, the interesting thing about Io is that Io had a very well described orbit around Jupiter that was in the same ecliptic plane as Jupiter's orbit around the Sun. Now, what that meant was that every single orbit, Io would pass through the shadow of Jupiter. And as it came out of the shadow of Jupiter, it became visible. Now, when the Earth was in its orbit at point L, we could time the cycle time between when Io emerged from the shadow of Jupiter to where it came around and emerged again, and it would be something like 42.5 hours. Then as time went on and the Earth was down by point K, we could also measure the same thing, and we found that it was 42.5 hours plus X. Now, the fact that it took a little bit longer for us to see Jupiter's moon Io appear when we were at point K further away from Jupiter was explained by the concept that light had to travel farther from point L to point K. And that X, that extra amount of time, was the time it took light to travel that distance. Now, the interesting thing about it is we could tell what that distance was. So even though we didn't have a very accurate determination of one astronomical distance, the distance from the Earth to the Sun at that time, we knew that it was 1 astronomical unit. We also knew that Jupiter was 10.5 astronomical units from the Sun. We could then measure the angle formed by the lines, the Earth to the Sun and Jupiter to the Sun, and we could determine the angle between those two lines. So we had a side, angle, side triangle. Using the law of cosines, we could find the distance between Io and the Earth at points L and K. Needless to say, we could then find the distance between points L and K. We then looked at the time it took that light to go from point L to K, and we were able to use that to come up with the velocity of light. Now, that velocity was very accurate. It was verified in 1726 with stellar parallax. It's verified by ham radio operators doing Earth-Moon Earth bounces, and it's been verified by a number of other means. However, currently, by convention, we state that the speed of light is c, and c has a very specific value. Just like we can decide by convention to use metric or imperial measurements, we simply use a convention to define the speed of light. Now, what does that matter? Really nothing, because what Brian didn't mention is it doesn't matter if it's longer or shorter going out and coming back. It still takes a total of 2.5 seconds. GPS satellites, for example, have to make relativistic corrections in order to be accurate. Now, whether the speed of light to the GPS satellite and back is consistent or varies whether it's coming or going is immaterial. It does not change the end result. And as a result, it's an untestable difference. In other words, it's impossible to measure the one-way speed of light, but it doesn't matter. So let's continue on with Brian.
So what actually is the two-way speed of light claim all about? Well, for a start, it's not a measurement, but only a calculation that is solely based on a belief, when in actuality it is based on 4 pre-assumptions and 2 averages. To explain, I'm going to read down through these first, and then I will go back over them. The following are those pre-assumptions and averages. The pre-assumptions: 1, that the Earth is a globe with an average radius of 3,959 miles.
I don't have a problem doing that.
That's not an assumption.
Because the pole-to-pole diameter of the Earth and the equatorial diameter of the Earth only vary by 26 miles. Now, taking the average is less than 26 miles difference out of a diameter of nearly 8,000 miles. Before we entertain your objection to using the average radius of the Earth, I want you to explain to me how the 26 miles is going to change the resulting speed of light. Good luck to you with that. Second of all, I recently put out a video where I showed 5 separate ways to determine the radius of the Earth. the method of Eratosthenes, the method in the geometry of Aristarchus, great circle distances across the surface of the Earth, using the distance and the size of the moon to calculate the radius of the Earth, and the ISS and the moon to determine the radius of the Earth, all of which came back to the same radius, which is the currently accepted average radius of the Earth of about 3959.
2. That the Sun is also a sphere of a particular size and at a particular distance.
Next, the Sun is
Also not
a
an assumption.
sphere of a particular size and a particular distance. Yes, that's very well established. It's been established a number of different ways. Aristarchus established it geometrically 2,300 years ago, and he did it accurately, as I demonstrated the other day. When you put in modern measurements of the critical distances, you get an answer within 2 or 3% of the currently accepted value for an astronomical unit. We also had the transit of Venus in 1769 that got it within a few hundred kilometers. Currently, we know the distance from the Earth to the Moon to a matter of meters. So really, your objections to that are dismissed. We definitely know the distance from the Earth to the Sun. We definitely know the size of the Sun, and the Sun is most clearly a spherical object. We can see it when we look at sunspots during the rotation of the Sun, and that's something that any of us can do. But let's go ahead and let you continue.
3. That the Earth as a globe is orbiting around the Sun. 4. That Kepler's analemma is correct and true without question.
Now, I always found number 3 to be an interesting question, and that is that the Earth is a globe and is orbiting around the Sun. Well, it most definitely is a globe. It measures out as a globe, and it definitely is orbiting around the Sun. How do we know that? This is a time lapse of Venus. Now, I want you to pay attention to a couple of things here. First of all, you have a very tiny Venus up here, and it's very small. And as time goes on, Venus comes around and gets closer and closer, and notice the phases of Venus. Now, Venus can also have not only a crescent phase, but it can have a new moon style phase where you can't see Venus at all. This can only occur if Venus is between us and the Sun. If Venus was not between us and the Sun, there would never be a time that Venus would not be visible. Now, one other hint that we have is the size of Venus. Notice that at a crescent, Venus is approximately 7 times as large as it is when it gets as full as it's going to get. This is because when Venus is at a thin crescent or invisible period, it's closest to the Earth. The only way for it to even approach being full, like a full moon, is when it's on the opposite side of the Sun's orbit. This Venus is much closer to us than that Venus, and as a result, this Venus is 7 times as large as that Venus is. Now, this is a photograph of an actual solar analemma. Notice it's a figure of 8. You've got one loop that's large and one loop that is small. Let's go see this graphed out and we can figure out what it means. Now, this is a graph of the solar analemma, and as you can tell, you can see the months. This is the winter in the northern hemisphere, and this is the summer. The variation from the midline is called the equation of time, and it has to do directly with our orbit around the Sun. We are closer to the Sun and get more variation in the winter in the northern hemisphere, and we're further away with less variation in the summer. Now, I had an entire video that just came out on my STEM channel called Slide Rules in Mathematics on the equation of time and how we use the Earth's rotation and our distance to the Sun to determine time, and specifically solar time. And we use both astrolabes and sundials to try and gain a better understanding of that. If you want to have more information about that, go on and have a look at those videos.
The averages. 1. The average radius of a globe Earth. 2. The average distance of a globe Earth from the Sun over a 12-month period. Okay, just quickly I'll go through them.
Okay, so Brian, we're not going to let you go over them again because you had your chance to go over them the first time. But I want to close right now to talk about the difference between a theory, a hypothesis, and a convention. Theories and hypotheses are trying to explain something by proposing a mechanism for them, and then we test those mechanisms. We make predictions and we test those predictions. A convention is not a theory or a hypothesis. This is just a drawing compass right here. Now, there is an angle formed between these 2 points. Whether or not we describe this angle in degrees, minutes, and seconds, or decimal degrees, or radians, it does not change that angle. That angle is still fixed. All we're changing is the way that we describe it. Now, one other thing that I want to make a point of, it doesn't matter what angle or what plane this drawing compass is in. The angular distance between those 2 points is still the same. You know what else doesn't change the angular distance between these 2 points? Putting it up against another object. Yet that doesn't change the angle. So, this is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan. Thanks for stopping by. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe. I kind of like doing these down in my living room because it's a nice, comfortable way of doing it. I'll go back up into the studio here in a bit, but I thought I'd give it a little homey touch for a little while. So, see you soon. Stay healthy, folks.
That makes it a difference. Makes a difference in sitting in that little room.
Yeah, doesn't it? Kind of suits the music as well, I think. No, there's 3 people in our community that kind of I can listen to all day. Bob's one of them. MC Toon is another, and Blue Marble Science. You know, they got that kind of calm, confident, assured kind of tone. You know, you can sort of listen to. I don't know what anybody else thinks.
No,
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah.
I think all of us love the sound of Blue's voice.
Yeah.
Right from the first day he sort of came on the scene, it's like,
Yeah.
wow, listen to that.
But that's 3 of them. I mean, it's that calm assurance that I kind of like. I mean, like, you know, it's difficult to phase the 3 of those. You know.
Well, it's especially MC Toon. I mean, when he gets rattled, which doesn't happen very often, then you know somebody's really hit the limit because he just most of the time that they just come out with the most absurd rubbish and he's just laughing at them. But
yeah, the only time I've seen MC Toon kind of get rattled was that debate with what's his name with the moon landing debate that never happened because he was acting like a dick. I keep forgetting his bloody name.
Oh,
you know the one I'm talking about.
I do, but I can't
think of his name.
No,
somebody out in the chat probably could remind us. I can't remember his name.
But I mean, he has had debates with some utter morons, and
oh, he has. Yeah,
it takes a lot to get MC Toon to lose his rag. I don't know whether I've actually ever seen him lose his rag. Get ruffled, shall we say?
Yeah. I mean, even that time, he wasn't angry. He was just fed up because he couldn't get a bloody word in edgeways because that idiot wouldn't shut up.
That's right. Yeah, I can't think who it was.
Yeah, I can't think of his name now for some reason. Insignificant person, obviously.
Oh, I know his name. Blue's got it right. His first name's Jack. His second name's Ass.
Jackass, yeah. Yeah.
Because that was Blue's theory on Racky's real name. Oh, he's called Jack. Jackass.
Yeah, or Ice Stew said in the chat, Richard Head. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Known to everybody who knows him as Dick.
Dang, I missed most of that because somebody rang me up.
I know the buggers for that, aren't they?
My granddaughter's teething again. But she calms down with his granddad's voice.
That's a horrible time when they're teething. It really is. They're so disturbed for weeks and weeks and months even. Yeah, horrible.
She came over on Sunday and I babysat her for most of the day while Rosie, Nathan and Harry went out. And she was perfectly fine for me. So Rosie now thinks that I should have the children more often.
Oh, Fred Bailey's here. We're okay to start now. It's fine.
Oh, cool. Oh.
Yeah, he's here.
I was worried that he was ever going to turn up.
Start the timer.
Fred?
What else have you got for us, Terry?
Has he muted himself again?
Terry? This is going to get a cup of coffee.
No, I was here the whole time, wasn't I? You couldn't hear me.
No.
Yeah, because you're muted.
Yeah. I had some nice things to say about you too then, Matt.
Oh, did you? I made some change and you couldn't say it because nobody could hear it. That's a bit like if you're not in the forest and you don't hear the tree to fall. How do you know it fell? You know, it's like that, isn't it? Oh damn!
Was it Joey Rotary you were thinking of? Because Dora says he lost. MC Toon lost his call with Joey Rotary.
No, it was a moon landing debate on modern day debates, and he lost his rag with him. He's a guy, American guy who acts like an idiot basically and shouts and he's an entertainer more than.
Well, that narrows it down a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, it was modern day
None of them
debates
shout, did
a
they?
few months back, and it literally went on for about 10 minutes because the guy wouldn't shut up and MC Toon just had enough, and it wasn't moderated very well, so he had to leave. I wasn't too happy about it at the time, but it's only because I was looking forward to it. So
I'd love
so
to.
much.
I'd love to have that as a clip. We can
Yeah.
find it.
Wasn't this Howard? Was it Howard somebody?
Oh, can't think. Howard Stern. Howard? No, not Howard Stern. Fuck. No, no.
Stern.
No. He's a bit like him, though.
Are we talking about the stirrup?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Howard.
No.
He did something to Howard Stirrup, didn't he?
You're saying Davey Dwight.
No, definitely wasn't. No, that wasn't that. Oh, jeez, what's his name?
Go
It's
back
really
on his
annoying me
channel and
now.
have a look then.
That's gonna bug me for all morning until I get it.
If it was recorded, it'd
Bring
be
us a
cool
name
if we
back
could
next
get hold of it.
Yeah, don't worry. But let's play a video anyway. It's not
Yeah.
important.
Oh, you're welcome, Joe. It'll cost you a sub if you're already subbed. It's okay.
Yeah, definitely not Howard Stirrup. Gora, sorry. Trying to get the words out today.
There was the guy that ended up known as Patel, wasn't there?
Patel?
Patel.
Yeah, in MC Toon's Discord, he ended up getting the nickname Patel because of his behaviour.
Yeah, what was his real name though?
Well, you can do your research and find out for us.
Yeah. That's your homework, Matt.
Press play, Terry.
Yep.
I'm going to show you something. It's about 7 minutes long. If it captures your interest and you stick around to the end of it, then I've got a message for you. And if not, if it's a bit boring for you, not a problem. Things will be back to normal here on the next video. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the human race is a truly wonderful thing and has produced some pretty unique people during its existence. Isaac Newton, for example, summed up our spirit of scientific progress when he said, "If I see further, it's only because I stand on the shoulders of the giants who have come before me." Richard Feynman summed up the spirit of science itself when he said, "I would rather have a question that cannot be answered than an answer that cannot be questioned." And this bloke from Twitter summed up the spirit of speaking before thinking when he said, Now, human stupidity isn't just limited to Twitter, even if it might seem like that sometimes. Now, if you know me, you'll know that when I'm not praising the one true good, I love to listen to stupid stories, especially stupid stories where stupid people get what they deserve. But today's story is far more sinister than those. It's about a dishonest person fooling many, many stupid people in power, resulting in many, many deaths, and all for money. Strap in, because if you don't know this story, you will not believe how crazy this gets. In the 1990s, a guy called Wade Quattlebaum decided he wanted to make a device to help him find his balls. Apparently, he kept losing them every time he smashed them into a bush like this. But finding golf balls isn't easy. They are small and far away, and finding them in the rough can be as difficult to a golfer as it is for a flat earther to work out which hole in their shoes they're meant to put their feet in. Anyway, Wade Quattlebaum decided that the best way to make a golf ball finder was to not make a golf ball finder and sell it anyway. After all, people will buy any old rubbish. So that's what Wade did. He didn't invent a golf ball finder. Instead, he just put this load of tosh together instead. Essentially, it's an FM radio aerial on a swivel, and it contains zero electronics or technology of any kind whatsoever. The aerial is fitted so loosely that it swings around with ease like a dowsing rod would. And the idea was very similar. It will basically swing around because of magic and point to where any golf ball could be found. Now, no batteries were needed in this, as it was powered, get this, by static electricity generated by the human body during breathing. Now, it is at this point in the video, I do want to say to you that if you believe that this thing had any chance of working at all, I'd like you to stop watching now. I want you to take a long, hard look at yourself, cry some tears of shame, take down your posters of this guy from the wall, and grow the f*** up. Now, in an ideal world, this is where the story would end, with nobody buying this piece of junk. But in the real world, this is just the start of the craziness. You see, this golf ball finder was soon rebranded as something called the Quadro Tracker and was sold for $8,000 per unit.
Wow.
That's right, $8,000. 8,000. A number 7,999 higher than your average flat earther can even count to. And who was it sold to? It was sold to school boards. Real world actual school boards bought this for $8,000 a pop. People responsible for the education and safeguarding of children bought these for $8,000. But what did they buy them for? They bought them to detect drugs, alcohol and guns in schools. They actually believed that if they inserted a card that basically said drugs on it, for example, it would point to some drugs. Real world teachers were walking around real world schools waving this crap around looking for weapons and narcotics. Now, if I was to tell you that just in Texas alone, the police and schools joined together to waste over $1 million on this equipment, you wouldn't believe me. So I'm not going to tell you that. I'll just show you this instead.
Yep.
Now that wasn't the craziest part. Things are going to get a whole lot worse. Anyway, enter the FBI. The FBI investigate the Quadro Tracker and they ban its sale. Now before it was banned, somebody who bought the Quadro Tracker for £10,000 was Happy Sacks from Raggy Dolls. No, sorry, I mean Fat Ned Flanders from The Simpsons. No, sorry, I mean Jim McCormack, retired police officer from Somerset, England. Now at this point you might be thinking, Kat, that's not like you to get personally insulting about somebody's appearance, and you'd be right. But by the time you've watched the end of this video, you'll be tempted to leave some personally insulting comments about Jim McCormack in this comment section as well. And feel free. And may I suggest something along the lines of, Jim McCormack, you're so stupid you felt proud after finishing a jigsaw puzzle in 10 months, when on the box it said 1 to 2 years. So what did Jimbo do when he realised he'd been conned out of £10,000? Well, he decided to con the world back, no matter how many people it killed. Classy Jim. Yes, Jim decided to make his own version of the Quadro Tracker and sell it. He called it the ADE 651, the Advanced Detection Equipment, and told people that it was capable of detecting bombs.
Oh.
And as unlikely as it sounds, Jim McCormack, or the suspected love child of Ned Flanders and Jabba the Hutt, managed to actually convince real-world governments to buy this product and supply it to their army, most notably the Iraqi government, who spent over £53 million on his ADE 651.
Jesus
And in
wept.
2009, Happy Sacks was sat at home, safe in the knowledge that his ADE 651 was being used by the Iraqi military at checkpoints to prevent the movement of bombs and reduce the risk of terrorism in Iraq. So it will have come as no surprise whatsoever to Somerset's answer to Dexter Jetster that in 2009, a 26-seater bus carrying a ton of explosives managed to pass every single checkpoint on its way to the Ministry of Justice in Baghdad without being stopped, where it immediately exploded, killing 155 people in a matter of seconds. Of course, that was just one of many similar events. Nobody can put a fixed figure on the number of lives lost because of Jim McCormick and his greed. And for those of you that like to see a very happy ending where justice is served, you might be slightly disappointed to know that Jim McCormick is already out of prison, where he seems to be leading a very intimate life with just him and his lawnmower. Now, if you cast your mind back to the beginning of this video, you'll remember that I said that this was a story about human stupidity, and we have now arrived at the most stupid part. Despite the fact that these devices were spectacularly shown not to work in 2009, despite the fact that Jim McCormick was sentenced as a conman in 2013, this image here, taken in late 2016, shows the ADE 651 still in active use by the Iraqi military, detecting bombs at checkpoints. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you would like a regular dose of stupidity and crazy stories in your subscriptions feed, then please find somewhere on the page that subscribe button. I will be back every single Sunday on this channel. Bye. So what you've just seen there is one of my first videos on a new channel called Culture Cats, and I've linked that in the description. Now, Culture Cats will be releasing videos like that every single week, and I just wanted to make you aware it's there if that is your kind of cup of tea. A lot of people who have already been to the channel have been asking me why am I splitting the channel into so many different parts. There is a reason for that. Essentially, the Conspiracy Cats channel is very, very much built in a community around flat Earth debunking, that kind of thing. And that's going to be a very different community, obviously. We're going to be looking at all sorts of different topics in a very sort of unique way. It's been no secret that I've not been very active on this channel. I'm just so unbelievably busy in real life. And when I am active on this channel, I like to put videos out that you expect to see on this channel. That, you know, with the silly songs at the end and the skits and the comments. I don't have time in my real life to make those videos as often as I'd like to, but I do have the time every single week to make the videos like the one you've just seen. So that channel, the Culture Chats channel, will be my active channel. I'm going to try and build a community over there, and then when I do make a regular Conspiracy Cats type video, this is where you're going to see that for now. So that's it, really. Thank you for sticking around, and goodbye.
Wow. When the saying, there's a sucker born every minute, comes to mind.
Yep.
Yeah, but it cost people's lives.
Yeah.
They were genuinely using these things. He said the casing, you could take the casing apart and you could put these cards inside, and they were just plastic cards, but he was selling them as like chips that would enable you to detect different substances, and they were just bits of plastic. So if you want to sniff out explosives, you put the explosives card in, and this if there was explosives nearby, the theory was that the area will swing round and point at the explosives. It was just a plastic sort of handheld thing with nothing in it. There's no electronics, no circuitry, nothing. It was literally just that and an aerial sticking out the front. And he sold it for thousands. He sold umpteen units and sold them to people who genuinely thought they would work.
But using them for the bomb detection for vehicles and still being used in 2017 or something?
That was 2016, I think. And yeah, that bus packed with explosives got through checkpoints manned by people using these things, and they said, "Oh yeah, it hasn't detected any explosives. They're free to go through." Boom, because it wouldn't detect anything ever.
I mean, I can kind of if the general populace in Iraq don't know it's fake,
yeah,
I can kind of see the point in continuing to use it, in so much as it will deter some people.
But what
just because they think you have a way of detecting it. That's like the fabled
maybe
CCTV detector vans.
Yeah, completely false. Yeah.
They're driving around looking for a TV.
Yeah, look for TV people that apparently they're watching. They could tell which channel you were watching. Apparently, and we've been told this for decades.
They can tell that your TV is receiving a signal.
Allegedly, but
allegedly,
it turns
if it
out
was
they were just
transmitting
completely
a signal,
false.
That might be a different matter because there's
Yeah.
something for you to detect. But how do you detect?
How do you
something
detect
that's
what you're
passively
receiving?
a signal?
Yeah.
It's nonsense.
And if you had an aerial on your roof, that was their excuse to.
I've got a Sky dish on the side of my house. It's been here the 6 years I've been here. I ain't got Sky. But once it goes up, it doesn't come down, does it?
No.
All the cables here. There are cables into the lounge and cables into my bedroom. Should I ever want Sky? But I ain't got Sky.
Yeah, I chopped mine off and pushed it back in the floor because I've still got my satellite dish.
What gets me about the Iraqi government buying up all these things was that, I mean, when you think that any government or even a school buying them up to detect drugs, would actually make some sort of process where you test things before you spend a lot of money buying for these. I certainly bloody would.
Well, first question would be, how does this work then?
Yeah, exactly. So if I'm going to spend $8,000 on something that supposedly detects drugs or whatever, I'm going to say, right, okay, how does it work? And I'm going to want to test it. And I'm going to want to test it on some real things if I'm going to spend that kind of money.
Yeah, show me what circuitry you're using, what electronics are you using.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff. You want to know exactly. I mean, particularly with a government, if they're going to spend millions on something so important is detecting bombs. You're going to want a demonstration on a real bomb. Yeah. Does it detect it? If it doesn't, piss off, mate. Get out of it. You having a giraffe? No, bugger off. Why was that skipped by grown-ass adults and people in responsibility with those sort of things? Skipped that logical process. It makes no sense to me.
But it went on. It went on for years, and so he ended up being caught. He was prosecuted, jailed for massive amounts of fraud, and these things still carried on in use.
He didn't get a long enough sentence, personally, for me, but I sincerely hope that he's riddled with guilt, riddled with it, absolutely riddled. I really, really, really do.
Somehow I doubt it.
Somehow I doubt it.
I don't think guys like that who pull off these things are really that bothered. I think they're only bothered that they got caught in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm not that naive to think he probably. I just hope he would be. But
you'd like to think so, but I doubt it very much.
Did they get the proceeds back off him though? That's the big question.
That because I did follow this quite closely when it was all happening. There was a website that was exposing things like this, but that's long since died a death. I can't remember. I mean, I think I was reading about it in 2012.
Yeah, it was like 15 years ago, wasn't it?
It was at least 15 years ago. Yeah, they'd been keeping tabs on this guy for quite some time, and I think they were part of the reason why he did end up in court, because I think it was a case of sort of getting people to actually realise what this guy was doing and that he was risking people's lives. And I think that if you shout loud enough, somebody actually pays attention and takes a look at it and goes, "Ye gods, yeah, you're right." And I think it's more about the money than anything else.
Of course.
Money?
Oh, by the way, change. Yeah, what's money? What does that do?
Well, it makes poverty more bearable, I tell you.
Changing the subject slightly, Alex Stein was the guy that had debated MC2 about the moon landings.
Yes,
that's the one. That moron.
Yeah.
I won't dwell on that anymore, but that was the guy.
Poor Iraqis were still using that silly thing. Huh?
Yeah, that's what we're just saying.
Well, I say they were still using it after he'd.
I don't know. If you spend $50 million on it, what do you tell the people?
Yeah.
Oh, well, these things never did work, but they're out of warranty now, so we can't send them back.
We have similar sort of issues going on over here in the UK with a certain mechanised armoured vehicle that we pay General
I just want to
Dynamics,
know what kind.
and it doesn't work.
I just want to know what kind of window-licking idiot would fall for that stunt.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
But people fall for those kind of devices all the time. I mean, can you imagine the countless number of devices that people attach to the fuel lines of their cars, thinking it conditions the fuel in some way and makes your car run better?
Yep.
It does jack shit.
Anti-static
Oh.
strips, a bit of rubber that touches your car to the ground. You've already got 4 of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Called bloody tyres. What's that the 5th one going to do? They were all the craze. I think it was sort of the mid to late 80s. You know, it's really.
I thought they were supposed to have some sort of
Slightly conductive, yeah.
Conductive down the middle of it to.
Yeah, but even so, I mean, if you're prone to static build, I mean, some people are sort of prone to getting electric shocks. I'm sorry, you're tough. It's not an awful lot you can do about it.
Back in the 20s and 30s, there were clowns that roamed around farmhouses. It was quite a popular thing to put lightning rods on barns and chimneys and things.
Yeah.
And these idiots would go around with a story about how you needed to recharge your lightning rods from time to time.
That's right. I heard something about
that. Yeah, absolutely. And the guy would show up that basically had a telephone, old telephone crank generator, hook the thing up to the guy's lightning rod, and then had some fake meter thing. That kind of scam goes on. Yeah. And I can see that, when you pull up to somebody's house, okay. But how do you fool the whole damn government?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, it reminds me of my young nephew. He was about 6 years old, and he'd just learned to ride a bike, and he was at my mum's house, his grandmother, and he'd found all these old batteries, and he was taping these old batteries to his bike, just on the frame of his bike. And I asked him what he was doing. He said, these ones make it go faster. And he taped a set to the handlebars. I said, well, what do those ones do? And he goes, those give it super duper power. And he got on it and pulled a mono and fell off backwards and hurt his back. And he went up and he ripped the batteries off the handlebar and said, don't need these bloody ones.
Oh, bless. Oh, dear.
You've heard the expression dead horse for sauce. So
I
instead of
have.
saying, do you want some sauce on your pie, will you have some dead horse with that?
Mm.
You've heard that expression?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah?
No,
Yeah.
I heard that one.
Okay. So, it's a pretty common expression, like Cockney rhyming slang for sauce.
Yeah.
You say dead horse instead. And my dad went up to him and said, would you like some dead horse on your pie? And he looked at my dad with a puzzled look on his face. He said, no, but have you got any dead dog?
Well, it's a different flavour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, some of you might know, but our government wasted something in the region of something like 8 billion or 9 billion on PPE equipment over the pandemic that didn't meet standards, that were absolutely useless, totally useless. 8 billion literally just gone up in smoke. Because they failed to make sure that it actually met British safety and health standards, and they didn't. Billions of it, 8.7 billion. That's it. There you go. Yeah, it's the same sort of thing.
How many billions of dollars worth of vitamins are pissed down the toilet because the people that take them just don't need them?
Yeah.
And the body doesn't store them, and they basically swallow these vitamins, which then go through and get excreted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pissed up against the wall.
Oh yeah, apparently there was a whole group of people, like massive people, think that vitamins was going to protect you from COVID. They think because it's boosting your immune system, your immune system's going to be 10 times stronger than it was before. No. Nope.
You just obviously haven't been drinking enough moon water.
Yeah, that's right.
Unfortunately, $800 is an outrage. But $8 billion is a statistic.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Paul will remember this back when Peter Brock had the polarizer for the Commodore.
Yeah. Yep.
Supposed to help your car.
Yeah. I mean, what was it polarizing?
Yeah, it was called a polarizer. Yeah, what's a polarizer?
Yeah, I know, but like, if you know any slightly bit of physics, you'd ask the question: polarizing what?
Well, I mean, to the average layman, polarizing or something like that is a fancy name, something that they don't really understand. So, it sounds good. Oh, I'll get that then. That must work.
It's like
it's
like the flat earthers using the word frequency. You know.
I think it had a magic crystal in it, didn't it, Paul?
I don't know.
Well, Paul, you got to remember, frequency is probably the favourite word of the new age bullshit generation.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah, it does use that.
They use the word frequency as if it's an object, it's a thing. You know, like
it has a frequency. Yeah.
Go down the shop and get me 10 frequencies, please.
They might be on special at the moment.
Everything's made of frequencies, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Can I have a slice of frequency, please? Yeah, I love that one.
They come in different flavours.
You like a bag feed frequency?
Welcome to Broke.
Yeah.
Excited to collaborate.
Kind of when you get down to the very smallest levels, everything pretty much is a frequency, though, isn't it, Paul?
Yeah, but it's a frequency of what? You know,
something. Yeah.
A frequency describes a property of something. It's not an actual thing itself.
True.
You know? Yeah.
But everything, all
It's like asking someone to go down the hardware store and get me some red. Red what?
Bag of range ring.
Bag of what?
Range rings. To go on their displays behind me.
Right, we've got some Simon Dan, have we?
Yeah.
Press play.
Yeah, press play.
And this time it's a little bit different, changing the subject.
Standing for Truth is a channel that spends a lot of its time trying to prove the Bible and refuting evolution. And we've actually spent a bit of time looking at them before.
Prolonged bottleneck in order to reduce levels of genetic diversity.
Not at all. Homo sapiens interbred with other species of humans. In fact, research of the mitochondrial DNA of specimens from Germany found that Homo sapiens were mating with Neanderthals around 220,000 years ago. Well, this time round, he's released a video on human evolution, and it is in need of one hell of a debunking. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Tinfoil Tuesday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, a quick thank you to the sponsors of today's video, Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel and sound better than ever. They've got optimised gel tips for the perfect 15% off your Raycon purchase. Right, back to today's video where Standing for Truth is going to teach us about human evolution.
Today we are going to be talking about human evolution. The much anticipated book by Standing for Truth will be out soon, and I thought it would be fun to do an overview of the subject to get everyone interested.
Standing for Truth is going to release a book? We're going to have to take a look at that.
Today we have two kinds of people in the world. We have those with such good imaginations that they really believe banana plants and whales are related, and that man is just an ape.
Well, personal incredulity isn't going to help you out here because it's all true. The genome of a banana shares about 60% of it with humans as well. And in theory, you could say that every single living thing is somewhat related to every single other living thing.
Yes, they literally believe cladistics is scientific proof of that.
I don't think that we believe that cladistics itself is the proof. Cladistics is just a method of biological classification, not proof in itself.
This is the sad state of affairs which have left us literally talking to walls.
You've literally been talking to walls? Seems like a bit of a waste of time to me.
We might as well just be talking to our cat most of the time. So I thought today we would try a new approach. Rather than just show them evidence that is on our side and explain why the evidence best proves young Earth creation rather than evolution, let's show them out of their own books that they were lied to.
Ah, the old flat earth attack of choice there should be interesting.
So let's begin, shall we? In the book, Early Man, by Life magazine, one of the most popular March of Progress charts ever sold exists inside of it. More schools have this image hanging up than any other image regarding human evolution. But
Mum and Dad have that
let's
book.
actually zoom in and read what the small print actually says. First, we come to Pliopithecus.
Except
You
it's
will
not small
notice
print.
It says, long considered to be an ancestral gibbons, the Pliopithecids are now known to be far removed from gibbons, or indeed any other living primates.
Early Man is a book that was released over 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Since the release of that book, other
The
Pliopithecus
year I was
fossils
born.
have been found. They were apes, simple as that.
So they admit that this doesn't even belong in the very chart.
In 1970.
And it's the first step of this process, and it says underneath it that it's not true. Now, on to the next one, which is another supposed intermediary, which to them would now be the first step of man, which is proconsul. Well, they consider it a very early ape, an ancestor to the chimpanzee and perhaps the gorilla. So we have another pure ape, which they still cannot identify as to what species it even is. But yet, there it is, standing up, representing human-like bipedalism.
Now, interestingly, proconsul shares characteristics with both apes and monkeys, so it could quite possibly have been an extremely important divergent species.
That is strike 2. But let's move on. Next we have Dryopithecus. We read that after investigation of the skull, rather than evolving earlier than the great apes was as previously thought, it was actually just a great ape itself. A knowingly admitted lie right there in front of your eyes. I give this strike 3 on proving any human evolutionary tree whatsoever.
Why is that a lie? Science is about correcting your mistakes and advancing your understanding. There's no lies, there's just reworkings.
And we've only looked at 3. So literally, their entire first links of the chain are admitted to not be part of the chain in the small print underneath.
Well, I don't think they are. They're all important parts of our evolution. They may not be in the correct places, but they are all part of it.
That would be strike 3. Next we have Oreopithecus, and this is hilarious because they start off by literally saying this is a side branch of the human family tree, meaning, yet again, it is not part of the March of Progress chart that it's on.
At what point does this chart claim that it's a linear one? As I said, these are all important parts of the chain, and it's well understood that there are several species of humans around on Earth before Homo sapiens became the single dominant species. Now, that doesn't mean to say that all of those subspecies are not important, they just didn't go anywhere.
And they are showing you it is part of the human lineage.
Actually, if you look at the part towards the top of the chart, you can quite clearly see that those 4 all lived around the same time and were not linear.
It's clearly an aberrant ape. Shocker, I know. You will also notice that it is standing upright and walking when they know it's a lie.
Now, why do you know that it's a lie? You haven't really explained that part.
That would be strike 4. Next we have Ramapithecus. This was thought to be a distinct genus that was the first direct ancestor of modern humans, before it became regarded as that of the orangutan ancestor. Again, portrayed standing erect and walking, so strike 5.
Again, this is a 50-year-old book. Many things could have changed since then, and our understanding about our lineage has surely improved.
Another fraud on the chart, shown in the March of Progress that doesn't belong there. Strike 5.
Oh man.
Next, a famous one, Australopithecus africanus. It tells us they possessed the brain size of apes, had ape-like skulls, and was similar to body size and shape to apes. So if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, shaped like a duck, the size of a duck, then surely it's a duck, right? Yet, There it is, an admitted ape species with the characteristics of an ape in the human family tree, portrayed walking just like humans. They don't even try to say anything about it being transitional or having any features of transitional because it's clearly an ape. But again, do you notice anything in the image? Is that really the truth that they're trying to sell you? No, it's not, and not even close. It was a primate, nothing more. No transitional. Strike 6.
But humans are primates, humans are apes. Saying it's nothing more than a primate means nothing and doesn't prove it's wrong in the slightest.
Now we have Robustus. It states below in the fine print. He represents an evolutionary dead end in man's history. So what's it doing on the chart? He's an admitted dead end on the very chart itself, meaning not part of the human evolutionary march of progress chart that they're showing you. And yet there it is anyway. They know that nobody reads this fine print.
Well, they do because it's interesting and you can find stuff out about our evolution.
But here is something most people don't know. They changed its name to Paranthropus robustus, and that's how it's known today. Do you know why? Because para means beside, and anthropos means man. So it means beside man, meaning not leading to modern day man.
So, who cares? I really don't get why this is a problem. He clearly understands that this species existed. Now, just the mere acknowledgement of that blows his worldview apart.
Not only was it a different lineage, but an entirely different evolutionary branch than us. Yet there it is on the flow chart, leading from primitive primate ape ancestor to modern day man. Another lie. Strike 7. So now, let's look how far in we are. Notice that? Halfway through, and every single one is an outright ape.
And we are also an outright ape, so I'm still really not sure of your point.
Nothing but a primate. Nothing but pure lies and frauds admitted in the very fine print below each and every one.
In a 50-year-old book.
And if that's not bad enough, if we open this poster and go to the far left, there's something written. And at the very bottom we read, although proto-apes and apes walked on all fours, all are shown here standing for the purpose of comparison. Sure it is, everyone. They want you to see them as human-like as possible, because they know that pictures are worth 1,000 words, and they know nobody's going to read that small print, and it's going to look and appear as though apes became humans slowly over time.
But that is what happened, so... Well, there we go. We are all done and dusted for another Tinfoil Tuesday. I do hope you enjoyed that one. I love the evolution stuff, and I'm going to come back to it more often than I have been doing for sure. For now, if you enjoyed today's episode, please do consider subscribing. It would be muchly appreciated. And if you really enjoyed it, then obviously hit that like button as well. Just enough time to once again thank Raycon for sponsoring today. Remember, visit buyraycon.com/SimonDan to get 15% off.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows Kent, but he should team up with Kent.
Yeah, that's sorry, Alan, go ahead.
I'm going to say, if I remember correctly, when they were mentioning Australopithecus,
Yeah, Picadus or whatever it's called.
Australopithecus.
Yeah, that one.
That's the one. That's important because that was you've got that movement of the spine from going in the back of the skull to going in the base of the skull, where it means they've moved from mostly quadruped to mostly bipedal.
Yeah.
My mum and dad have actually got that book, that very book that he's talking about, and the fine print that he says is fine print isn't fine print. It really isn't.
Yeah.
I think it was around 1984 or 1985. I had to do a science project on evolution, and I used that very book and that very chart. I'm hoping my mum and dad have still got it. I'd love to try and get hold of it. But yeah, it's it really isn't fine print at all. It's quite clear because you pull out. It's a chart you actually pull out from the book, and you can sort of see it all laid out. Yeah.
So not a pop up, a pop out.
Yeah, kind of like a fold out sort of thing. At least I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is that book because it looks very, very familiar.
Oh, we've been going for 4 hours, which is our cap.
5:10 already.
Yeah. Time flies.
Oh yeah, jeez.
When you're having
fun.
fun.
I thought it was only like 3:30 or 4 or something. It's nearly tea time. Nearly tea time.
Well, I was just sitting there thinking, why do I feel hungry? Oh yeah.
Well, you were late, Matt.
I know I was late. Yeah. Because I've got a real life as well, you know.
Oh.
Excuse me. I was down in Ascot in the office all day yesterday. I have online meetings tomorrow, and by the way, I'm 52 tomorrow.
Are you? Ooh.
So I might have to pop out in the morning and get myself a little birthday cake so that when we have a team meeting and everybody turns their camera on, I'm happy birthday to me.
Oh, you better save some cake for us.
Oh yeah, well I ain't got any cake yet. That's the problem.
At least that saves having to take cake in for the office on your own birthday.
Correct.
Yeah, you just
you buy some cream cakes and cream orms and donuts and things,
and you get to eat them yourself.
And I won't measure my blood sugar levels for the rest of the week.
Well, happy birthday tomorrow.
Well, thank you. I mean, hopefully I'll get to speak to some of you tomorrow. But I thought I'd just.
And I have to say, you're a very young-looking 52-year-old.
Thank you. So several people have sort of really, are you 52?
Yeah, I would never have guessed that.
I've pretty much got away with it so far, I think, and that's one of the reasons. One of the reasons I cut my hair so short so that the white and the grey doesn't really show.
Well, we can generally say it's happy birthday here today because it's actually today is your birthday.
Yeah, it is.
Well, if it's April the 7th for you, then
that's the
thank you very much.
7th of the 4th today. Happy birthday for today.
And blue's even further beyond than the UK.
Oh well, we just carry it on for the next 48 hours.
Yeah.
That's a good job. I haven't actually got to drive anywhere tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't think.
I think I've suffered almost the opposite of yourself throughout my life, Farmers, in that I've always looked bloody old for my age.
Yeah, there was a running joke that I was born middle-aged, but that tends to be more my mental attitude and approach to life, like sitting at school and saying, you keep treating us like bloody children, and the teachers go, you are bloody children. Oh, shit, yeah.
In the sorry, Blue, go ahead.
All I was going to say is that as far as I can tell, middle age is about 10 years older than whatever age I happen to be at the moment. So
yeah,
exactly.
Yep, I go with that. Yeah.
I'm a little bit like Farmers. I'm in the same sort of boat. I look a lot younger than my years as well. I mean, give an example. The legal age for drinking here in the UK is 18. I mean, now they actually ask for ID up to 21, but up until my late 20s, I was being asked for identification to prove that I was 18.
I was a regular down the pubs from the age of 13. And I've never ever been asked for ID. And Nora, no, I haven't got myself any birthday presents, any birthday surprises, because to be honest, at the moment, I can't bloody afford it. I'm not even going to Tank Fest down at Bovington this year because at the moment I can't afford it. Give it a couple of weeks. Once I've been paid a few times, and if there are still tickets available, I might go. But at the moment, I've had to say I can't. Things are so bloody tight that I usually, if it's birthday or Christmas, I go on eBay and think I'll treat myself to a new tank kit. No, I haven't.
Is Tank Fest that expensive then? Jesus.
Well, it's not, but I tend to go for the premium ticket.
Okay.
And you get a much better experience. You get your own bespoke viewing area. You get all of that, but it's 180 quid, 160 quid, something like that. And I just that and the fact that it's a 2.5, 3 hour drive down there. And so I hate to think how much the diesel would cost to get down there at the moment.
Yeah, it was the way it is now. Yeah.
Your two-wheel machine would be a lot cheaper in petrol.
Yes, but I'd be in crippling agony by the time I got there. And I'd have to fill the bike up. At least if I started with a full tank, I couldn't get there in one go. But no, I've seen the lineup of the tanks that they've got there this year driving around, and you know what? Exactly the bloody same as they had last year. Except a Centurion. They've got a Dutch Centurion. It's like, is it worth going all the way down and to go, oh, look, it's a Centurion I haven't seen before. So,
yeah, not one tank.
Before, just not that one.
What's that?
You've seen Centurions before, just not that one?
Correct. I mean, they're going, oh, there's a little Japanese light tank that somebody has spent years renovating. It's one of only 2 in the world that work. It was there 3 years ago. Then we had COVID. It was there last year. It's going to be here this year. I mean, we sat down and we had a lecture from him on the entire renovating process of it. I mean, it's a work of love for him. And then to see it driving around the arena, it's quite something. But been there, done that.
Is that a Hargo?
Yes, the Hargo. Yes.
Yeah, how about we get your old car down there and they can run over it with the tank?
My old car has already been run over, but I can't seem to get any photos or footage from them. I must try again sometime. I know it's been flattened because he's been so busy and screaming out for old cars to drive over. So I know the old Mondeo got flattened, but I ain't got any footage of it yet. So yeah, unfortunately, at the moment times are tight, and I've had to pull the horns in, but we'll get there.
Oh, we've got a rare camera view of Blue at the moment. That's nice.
I mean, rare.
Well, we don't often see him on the show with his camera on, do we?
It's a birthday image for Farmer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
I was just want you to see what you got to look forward to in 20 years.
Actually, they usually just say, look at your own father. Well, I've got much more hair than he ever had at this age, so I must get it from my mum instead. I don't know.
Sorry, farmers, you know you're getting old when you walk into another room and you spend the next 5 minutes wondering why the hell you walked into that room, only to return to the original room and remember why.
Mate, I have been doing that. I did that only yesterday. I came all the way up the stairs and thought, no, I got down the stairs and thought, I come down here to put the washing in the machine, and I've just left it upstairs, for fuck's sake. Up the stairs again. So, yeah, I'm already at that stage. Yeah, you leave something on the side so you don't forget it when you go out. So you go out and forget it. Yeah, you walk straight past it. Yeah.
Anymore, I seem to spend half my time trying to remember somebody's name and the other half looking for a place to pee.
Yeah.
I am useless with people's names. Everybody gets called mate.
Yeah.
Hello, mate. Who are you?
And when somebody comes up who obviously knows who you are, you just go along, don't you?
I had that happen in Newmarket years ago. Somebody I knew at school and hadn't seen for 20 odd years, and they come up and called me by my name, and that was so embarrassing because I thought, yeah, I went to school with you and everything, and I can't remember for the life of me what your name is. Just gone. And you just sort of carry on. And, oh, see you. And you go, yeah, see you, mate. Christ. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Out in the Peanuts. Yeah, I don't think tomorrow will be that special, but hey.
We're me and you, Terry, are the only ones that got cameras on. That's probably the wise thing to do, probably.
Terry's never got enough light for his camera.
No.
Yeah.
We keep telling him to buy a light, and he won't do it.
I mean, I can turn the light on. That's not that hard.
There he is.
Hey.
Now we got a map.
Although he muted himself while doing it.
Yeah.
There, see?
There, everybody's here.
There you go.
The only thing is I've got the globe thing in the background.
Oh yeah, you have got a little bit of.
Oh,
of
I can turn that
style
off.
here.
There. Oh,
On the
no,
reading
that
part.
fixed. Yeah, that fixed it.
Yeah, you fix that right proper.
Oh, no, hello. What we got here?
You're
Hello.
supposed to be able to turn that off, aren't you, Alan? The background?
Yeah, you need to click
That's
on the
Like
camera
that.
bit.
You mean that?
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Well, come here then, you stupid cat.
Oh, I probably shan't be. Well, I'll be around Saturday afternoon probably, but not Saturday morning. So I don't know what time we'll be starting.
And I've got it. My cup's gone cold.
Because I have a bit of a project that I've got to be doing, cleaning the village war memorial.
Ah, okay, a very noble effort.
That's right. So, fortunately, it's not too bad, but we're going to clean it before it gets bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, preventive.
I can't do a virtual background.
No, because your background's too bright.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know you're telling me it's too bright now.
Hey, Squeak, have you bought me a present for tomorrow? Remember when you used to bring me presents? You know, mice, birds.
I've got a nice Northern Lights behind me. I thought they're quite nice.
There, yeah, I can do that. I know somebody that's done that one before.
Oh yeah. That's probably the better thing.
I can do Blues Trick.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
No, I've got my fully 3D rendered CGI books that are also interactive.
Hey.
Well, I've got behind me is a laundry, hence the reason why I put the background effect on. You don't want to see my drawers.
And a fully interactive 3D cat.
It's very good CGI.
There's other tricks I can do too. Where is it? See somewhere. I gotta find it now.
And before you go, could you clean up all the fur that you're leaving behind, please?
I can do watermark. Well, that's no good. I don't need that. Text overlay. No, I don't need to write all that. I can do scene effects.
Oh, that's pretty done.
That didn't work.
It's supposed to be behind you, not in front of you.
Yeah, I think I got too much light in here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll stop playing with it.
I'll stay out there again. Chucking it down an hour ago.
I'm surprised how well mine works against that photo, to be honest.
Nope, I broke it.
Oh, yeah, that's broken.
I mean, I can.
Yeah, Alan, earlier on when you had the ICBM thing behind you, when you leaned forward, you I don't know, there was some light in front of you. You got very bright, and it was got a bit distorted.
I don't want to
Other
zoom
than that,
in.
it was all right.
Yeah, the problem is the light here's been going up and down like a yo-yo, and as I'm actually mostly illuminated by outside,
Well,
I have to the exposure to manual because otherwise it's no good.
There you are, Paul. We look normal now.
Upside.
You look normal.
Okay.
Upside down.
Upside down.
Yeah.
He's got some bloody good filters for that, yeah.
I can hang on.
Oh dear. That's it, cat. Make yourself at home.
Yes, Irish Joe, I'm feeling a lot better, thank you. Still quite tired a lot of the time, but mostly, in the most part, I'm quite a bit better. Yeah.
Good.
Thank you, Irish Stu, for asking. Currently writing the script for our next video. I'm hoping it will be done by Saturday. So, play on Saturday show.
I should be streaming on Sunday.
You are going to do that on Sunday, are you?
Oh, we can do it doing this Sunday, are you? The moon landing meme thing that you're going to do.
Yeah. For 1 o'clock.
I'm on TV.
About 1 o'clock, do you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's cool. I should be around if you need me.
Do you just want the weather report while I'm on TV?
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
What? Cloudy with a chance of meatballs?
I can do that too. There you go. I'm cool now.
Oh, super cool.
Yeah.
Super cool, Terry.
There's weird effects you can do
there. You hold up a neuralizer and I'm going to run.
Let's look into this. No.
I'm just trying to get it back to how it was. But no, it's not that one. I've lost me.
Yeah, these things don't come with the undo command, do they? That's one of the best commands in AutoCAD. Quick, undo.
All right, Stu, we're going to have to meet up for coffee in Belfast sometime, I think, at some point.
I'll fix it.
Our Stu doesn't live a million miles away.
I'll get it going in a minute.
Yeah, I'm guessing one of these days I might actually meet Stingray.
Yeah, you've been saying that quite a few times. I've said the same thing about Irish Stew as well.
He's only a few miles over there. I mean,
literally a few miles, all right. Well, at least Irish Stew's probably about a good 20 miles away from me, probably, like, give or take.
If I jumped in the car, I could get to Stingray's house. Well, although I don't actually know where his house is, but I could get to his village inside of 10 minutes.
And obviously, if you asked him to meet at a certain pub, he'd go to the right one.
He would, yeah. Not like one muppet we know. Oh. Why aren't you at the Super Sausage? I thought I was. Look at the sign on the wall outside. What does it say? It doesn't say the Super Sausage. I know that because that's where I am. Prat.
Don't mind me. I'm trying to fix me.
You're trying to get back to where it was.
I can't remember where it is
again.
I know it's here somewhere. Oh
Where
no!
Did you
I can't remember. I got this effect because I did this weeks ago, and I can't remember. Probably months ago. I can't remember.
I could change my effect, but that means emptying the shelves and moving them again. So stuff that.
At the bottom where it says stop video, there's a little up arrow. If you click on that, you've got video settings. Choose video filter, choose virtual background before you get to your cameras.
Yeah.
That's where you'll find it.
Yeah, choose virtual background. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Oh, that one.
And then,
yeah, there we go. There you go.
Our Stingray said, yeah, he'd get to the right place. Yeah. Stingray would because he's not an idiot. Mabbit couldn't because...
There you go, that's better.
No, don't sell Stingray short. He knows how to be an idiot when he wants to.
Pushytrons. Yeah.
All right.
he's not. He just plays one on YouTube.
Yeah. And everybody took him
Well,
seriously.
we'll probably wind up down in end up in Discord. I think Bob's still lurking over there.
Yeah, he's in there. He's muted.
So anyone else that's out there can duck over there for after. Oh, thanks, Alan. Thanks, Daniel Benoli. Benuli. You say tomato, I'll say tomato, or whatever. Thanks. Thanks, Farmer. Thanks, Blue. Thanks, Matt. Who we had? Stingray was late. Stewie, Carl. Oh, no name. Dora.
Stingray, come on.
What
You
did he
look as
do?
grumpy as you sound. He says to Blue, you look as grumpy as you sound.
Cheeky bugger.
He is getting a bit cheeky, yeah. David Oliver. Dora. I don't think Judy was here tonight. Carl. Fred. Oh, yeah, Judy was there earlier. Joe Wynn.
Yeah, Judy's in there somewhere.
Have you seen Irish Stew's last post?
Irish Stew, yep. He's there.
You're about to get rain.
Okay. Fred.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 6th of May.
Oh, Glober Mum. I was an Alan Evans out there.
What's he doing out there?
I don't know.
Oh,
TT guy was here earlier too.
Did you mention Gary?
Yeah, we'll have to mention Gary.
You ought to. He was here.
He was here, yeah. I don't know if he was all here, but
Well, that's a yeah.
Gary's never all here.
Tiny Captain. Who else do we have? Oh, Jezza.
Gary's never anywhere.
Oh, and Dart. Yeah. And the top person is M2M. M2M's supposed to be bringing out some content soon.
Yeah, I'm hoping I'll have one on. Yeah, I'm doing a script at the moment. I'm hoping to do the recording tomorrow morning, at least the voiceover, and then do the video editing until between now and Saturday, hopefully.
So when is Blue going to be doing his live hangout so I can try to make one?
We did one yesterday.
Yeah, he did one. Yeah,
I know.
Yeah,
He's done
did
that.
one yesterday.
Yeah. What time of the day would it have been for me?
Too late for you. It would have been like probably 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning for you, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, when
I mean, I can stay up that late now and again, but not all the time.
That's probably about 8 o'clock my time, wasn't it?
3 o'clock in the afternoon here would be what for Terry? That would be.
Gonna have to go. See you later, guys.
UK time was about
Hello,
UK time. It was about 7 or 8 p.m. something like that.
Hello.
Can't be the carrot.
Yeah, well, if it's 12. Yeah. What time did you say, Blue? You did it? Or
It's I did it yesterday at 3, which would be 2.5 hours from now.
Okay.
But yeah, are you Eastern then, Blue? Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Eastern.
East Coast.
Yeah.
I got 12:29.
Tandy, he's the same time zone as Jose.
I got Blue's
Yeah.
time zone. I got your time zone, Farmer, and my time zone.
I'm not gonna do one today.
Okay.
Well, what are you going to talk about today, Blue?
I'm not doing it today.
He said he's not.
Oh, you're not doing it. I thought you said you were. Oh, sorry, misheard you.
Okay. Then.
So he would start if Blue goes at 3 o'clock in the afternoon his time. It's going to be about 5 in the morning your time, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit too early in the morning.
Because you're on Sydney time, aren't you?
Yeah, Sydney, Wollongong, same.
Yeah, so you're 2:30 in the morning now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're 14, so yeah, that'd be 5 o'clock your time.
Yeah, I'll be in La La Land by then.
Oh, we all live in La La Land, remember?
Where I'm fast going.
Stingray says I look like
3.5 hours.
Stingray says I look like a teddy bear without hair.
Without hair, okay.
Without hair.
Okay.
Right.
All right then. We'd better say goodbyes. Bye, panel. Good night. Good night, Peanuts.
Good night, Peanuts.
Good night.
Good night, Peanuts.